Welcome to Magic Arcadum. I'm Ryan Gomez. Behind the scenes is Nicole Burdick, and we're so glad you're here because it's Story Time live stream edition. And since people in chat said they could hear my keyboard clacking a moment ago, I hope that means that the microphone and all the sound stuff is set up correctly. I don't do this very often. I'm making it up as I go, but that's part of the fun. I appreciate y'all being here with me. It's a beautiful Friday here. Hopefully it's nice wherever you are, and if it's not nice, we're gonna make it nice because we're gonna hang out, have some fun, play some Magic, and just kind of enjoy the day. So hello friends in chat. Again, thanks for being here. Just kind of felt like it was a good opportunity to pop on and do a stream, do some fun stuff here, maybe brew up some fun flavorful decks. I ran a little poll on Twitter and on the YouTube channel, asked people what they'd be interested in seeing. So the plan for today, I figured we'd go maybe 2-3 hours, depending on how things are going. I got a short list of ideas here for some flavorful decks, but I mean, we're doing this live. We're making it up as we go. So if you have an idea or there's something you really want to see, I'm open to whatever. You know, we're just kind of hanging out and having a good time. So without too much more about it, let's take a look at some of the ideas for flavorful decks. Again, this is mostly driven by the idea that we just got March of the Machine, the Aftermath expansion, which has a ton of flavorful cards in it. We've also just had a round of bannings in Standard, so the format is kind of open. We don't have to play Standard, but I figured maybe starting there would be easy, the best place to start, and we'll kind of go, maybe we can go deeper if we decide we want to. But my ideas for flavorful Standard decks, we'll just kind of read through this whole list real quick. So number one, something with Kamigawa. We've got two versions of the Emperor in Standard right now, right? We've got cards like Restoration of Eiganjo, which kind of fits with the theme of rebuilding the plane after the invasion. We could keep that kind of a mono-white, maybe samurai and some kami spirits and just kind of everyone coming together to repair the damage. We could add in Kaito. We could make it like an Esper thing. We could use the actual Invasion of Kamigawa card itself and kind of have the two planeswalkers working together to rebuild things. That would be a bit harder to pull off. 3-color decks while keeping the flavor together would be stretching it, but we could experiment with that. So something based around Kamigawa, that's one idea. Number two, Kaladesh. So this gives us the new Pia Nalar card, which works great with Chandra, and we've got 2 copies of Chandra available in Standard. Also Saheeli, who is from the plane as well, so she could be present. And the battle card for Kaladesh is I think red, and it flips into a red-blue vehicle, so we could maybe again doing a red, white, and blue kind of a 3-color Kaladesh deck is an option. Zendikar seemed kind of interesting to me. We've got the new Kiora legendary creature. She cares about sea creatures, so krakens, leviathans, octopuses, and serpents. And there's I think there's enough of those in Standard. I'd have to look again. Don't really know. I'm trying to keep an eye on the chat at the same time here. I gotta split my attention. After seeing Saffron Olive so much recently, hearing someone say Eiganjo correctly feels so surreal. Boy, I got grilled for how I used to pronounce Kyodai? Kyodai? as I just dropped the ball there. Yeah, I tried to brush up on some of my Kamigawa pronunciations. It is difficult. It is difficult. Hopefully we can get those correct. So back to Zendikar. Kiora, sea creatures, kind of a fun tribal sort of thing going on there. Might be interesting to kind of build around. Quintorius from, well, he's from Arcavios technically, but member of Strixhaven Education. And so he's got his new legendary creature card. We could tap into Campus Restoration or the Dean Plarg Nasari combo. There's kind of some fun build around Graveyard and Exile and all sorts of interesting mechanical space there that would still be flavorful to play with. Also, his Spark just ignited. He could go anywhere. We could tell any sort of story we want with Quint. So that's kind of an open-ended idea. I thought maybe something with Nissa and Chandra together. They kind of overlap on elementals. I don't know if there's enough of them in Standard per se, but maybe like a pioneer or explorer or historic equivalent. Going a little bit deeper there, we could find a cool kind of elemental shell to work in. Or the last option I had here was for Eldraine. We've got the Rankle Torbran legendary card. We've got the Queen Ayara, who was phyrexianized. We've got Ayara's Oathsworn, which kind of acts as a tutor. So we could kind of do some fun Eldraine kind of stuff there. Those are just the ideas that I kind of came up with over the last 24 hours or so. But, you know, I'm not saying we're going to do exactly these or in this order. Is there something here as the first? How many people are even watching? Let me see right now. There's about 40 people here. That's great. So my friends, people who took the time out of their day to check in and see what we're doing, which of these ideas should we start with? We got a blank canvas here. Where are we going to build our first flavor deck? Octopi Under the Sea seems fitting. Oh, recent Little Mermaid movie. Okay, so that's an aquatic theme. We could certainly go there. Hello from Belgium. Hello. We got fans all over the world. Everyone loves a good story, right? It doesn't matter where you're from. Can't have too many good stories. One official vote for Quintorius. Love watching from Venezuela. Oh my gosh, people from all over. This is so cool. If only my high school drama club could see me now, you know. I was always voted most dramatic, and now I've got people all over the globe who know me and my mustache. What format is the deck? We haven't picked a format yet. I was going to say start with standard because we just had the bannings there, and the format kind of seems open to innovation and doing some fun stuff. Hello from Italy. Oh my gosh. I should like get a map and like color in every country where I have someone watching. That would be a fun challenge. I feel like Kamigawa might be the easiest just given the number of flavor options. Right. So since Kamigawa has a whole set in standard right now, that would certainly make it easy. I see a Nissa Chandra vote. I see Kiora Sea Monsters. Zendikar, Eldraine. So everything's getting like at least one vote. So is there a way to like do a poll on here? Can I make this? Ooh, we might have an official. Okay, I'm gonna try to. Oh, my cords are all tangled up here. Oh my god. All right, I'm a mess. It's a hot mess. Okay. Sorry if these keyboard clacks are loud. I don't have one of those sweet quiet keyboards. I am playing on a PC that I built myself. I ordered all the parts and I built my own computer. This was like 4 or 5 years ago now. And a lot of pieces were cheap, and I just tried to do it just as a fun hobby project. I wanted something I could run Arena on. I never intended to be doing streaming with it. Certainly, this was way before I even had Arcanum channel. Anyway, so apologize if this is too loud here, but deck idea? Question mark? Oh wait. Is this only a yes? Okay. Kiora on Zendikar. We'll try that. Emperor on Goa. Let's see. Quint. And. Okay, I'm just going to put the 4 choices that stood out to me as a little poll here over in the chat. So take a second, make your vote. We'll do it a little more official. We'll see how that works for us. Is this my mouse? Oh, oh boy. So everybody says do streaming. It's so easy. You don't have to write a script. Just hop on there, be yourself. People love it. And I'm like, I got a mouse all wrapped around my mic. I got lights perched in weird spots. It's not easy. It's not easy to be green, you know. It's not easy to be hosting your own stuff, but we're figuring it out. We're cool. First sip of water there. All right, don't play standard. Keep them clacking, bro. You guys are so supportive. I appreciate it. I just want to say I love your videos. Hey, thank you. Pride Month, you got to do Nissa Chandra. Good point. And all the haters can go outside and kick a rock. Sea Monster. Okay. How do I view this poll now? I made it, but I can't actually. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right, Kiora on Zendikar is currently in the lead. That's good enough for me. We'll get to all of them. We're just picking where to start, and we'll kind of walk around from there. So this microphone cable is exactly too short. Oh, wait, is it caught on the... Okay. I was like, why is this not moving? It was caught on the leg of the desk. Okay. All right, so we'll start with Kiora on Zendikar. And again, we'll get to all of these. I'm going to end that poll. Sorry, anyone who is still voting. Okay, so... as I scream into my mic, Kiora, and it's let me show you arena. Okay, there we go. All right, Kiora. Nope, I gotta craft at least one. There she is. Okay, so let's take a close look at this beautiful merfolk noble, Kiora, Sovereign of the Deep. She's 3 green and a blue, 5 mana total, vigilance and ward 3. Whenever you cast a Kraken, Leviathan, Octopus, or Serpent spell from your hand, look at the top X cards of your library, where X is that spell's mana value. Now hold on to that. That's going to be important. You may cast a spell with mana value less than X from among them without paying its mana cost. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Okay. So what can we do with that? Obviously, we want Krakens, Leviathans, Octopuses, and Serpents. We want to cast them from our hand, and then we get to basically cascade into something else that costs less. Okay, it doesn't necessarily have to be another Kraken or whatever, although we're probably going to have a bunch of those. And yes, I do have a fair bank of wild cards, not to brag, and we're almost, we're so close to cracking the vault. My God. All right, ramp time. Yeah, we're gonna need to ramp a little, hitting 5 to cast Kiora, and then you really got to untap with her and then play something else. So how can we do that? So first, I'm not going to craft her yet, but we're definitely going to put, we want 4 for sure. And I'm going to set this for standard again, just to start. Okay. So one thing that jumps out to me when I'm brewing a deck like this, and I'm looking at a card, and she says, okay, whenever you cast Kraken, Leviathan, blah, 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 look at the top X of your library where X is that spell's mana value. Okay, so if I understand this correctly, and I like to think that I do, but what happens if you have Tolarian Terror? It is a serpent. Normally it costs 7 mana. That's its mana value. But it could cost less to cast based on the number of instants and sorceries in our graveyard. So if you cast this with 3 instants or sorceries in your graveyard, it would only cost you 4 to cast, but the mana value is still 7. So do you still get to dig 7 deep and cast something that costs less? Am I understanding that correctly? I think that's how that rule works, because it doesn't say mana cost, right? Kiora says mana value, and the value of Tolarian Terror would be unchanged in that situation. Its mana cost goes down, but value is still there. So to me, that's like an immediate synergy. I think putting some of these dudes in and then finding ways to get some instants and or sorceries into our graveyard to kind of cheapen them, which lets us kind of, okay. All right, so chat seems to agree. Thank you. Whew, okay, that would have been embarrassing if I had this idea and I was like, isn't that right, guys? And you're all like, no, go home. I am home. I'm at home streaming. Anyway, so we'll start with that. Okay, any of these other serpent cards look helpful. Serpentine Ambush, not a serpent, but it is an instant, which might help with the Tolarian Terror. Till end of turn, target creature becomes a blue serpent with base power, toughness 5/5. All right, well, that's a maybe. I don't know. Biolume Egg. It's a serpent egg. It's only 3. And just an 0/4 with Defender. And then if we have a way to sacrifice it, it becomes a 4/4 serpent. But I don't foresee us doing a lot of self-sacking in blue-green. So that's probably a no. Excuse me. Invasion of Segovia. So this makes 2 little Kraken tokens, but it's not an instant, not a sorcery. Doesn't really ramp us. Even if we flip it, the legendary serpent we get gives us non-creature spells convoke, so that won't help us get our cures out. So I don't think that's really going to work for us. This guy has serpent in his name, but he's not a serpent, so we're not falling for that. Runo flips into a Kraken horror, but doesn't. I mean, I don't think I want to do a full Sultai thing. And as far as we know, he's never talked to Kiora, so I'm not putting those together. And then we've got Blade Coil Serpent is an interesting one. It would fit in our deck technically because we can cast it with any color, and we can cast it with like triple blue or even, well, 6 blue, which would fire this off 3 times. And that would let us draw a bunch of cards. So that's kind of neat. But I don't know if I really love that one. We probably don't need a lot of expensive 6 drops. We need to find ways to kind of cheat on some of that. You should definitely put Arithmexes in here. It'd be great. It would be. I don't think that card is standard legal. So right now we're just seeing if we can do this just within standard, but maybe we do a version that spins off that is historic or what have you. Okay, so I think that's about it for our serpents. Let's see about Krakens. So a couple good ones jump out immediately. Reservoir Kraken. He's a 4-mana 6/6 with trample and ward 2. At the beginning of each combat, if he's untapped, any opponent may tap an untapped creature they control. If they do, they tap this, but we get a little 1/1. So I think this is pretty cool. I think 4-mana 6/6 with trample and ward seems good. It kind of makes our opponent have something of their own to tap to kind of tie him up. So let's hypothetically put 4 of those in. Hullbreak Horror, perhaps one of the best Krakens ever made, right? Release the Quacken. Hullbreaker Horror, one of the best maybe ever. Flash, can't be countered. Whenever you cast a spell, ruin your opponent's day. Kind of expensive at 7 mana, but I wouldn't mind having maybe just a splash there. And then Rot-Tide Gargantua, wrong color, unfortunately. So that's our Krakens. Are there any Octopus cards in Standard? We have Tidal Terror, another 6-drop. Whenever it attacks, you may tap 2 other untapped creatures you control. If you do, it can't be blocked this turn. It also has Island Cycling, which might kind of help us hit our lands. I don't really have a lot of use for one of these in the graveyard. We're not doing like a reanimator thing. It's only a 5/6 for 6 mana. That's like hecka expensive. 3 mana 2/2 though. Whenever equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. I mean, we could try that. I don't know. Maybe just like 2 of those. And then what's our last? Leviathan. And okay. There's no standard Leviathans. So card pool overall between Krakens, Leviathans, Octopuses, and Serpents, we have Reservoir Kraken, which seems great, Hullbreaker, which is also great, and the Tolarian Terrors. Is this enough, or do we need to cast a wider net and see? Let's just peek, I guess, at what else other formats might offer us. If we went as far back as Historic. Not very synergistic set of tribes. I mean, you're not wrong. Sea creatures in general don't have like a good connective tissue. But if we go back a little further, we get Whelming Wave in Historic. There we go. So now all of our stuff stays on the board and we get to wipe everything else. Ooh, okay. So maybe we're going there. We could even get Kiora's Dam Breaker. Okay. I don't know if proliferating really helps with any of the others, but all right. We have some other Leviathans, a Mutate guy, Serpent of Yawning Depth. Okay, so that's like another good finisher. Okay. Slin Voda. Okay, so this maybe this is where we need to be. I'm taking 2 Whelming Waves for sure because we got those. I guess we can take 1 Yawning Depths, 1 Slin Voda. All right. One card I also want to try to get in here: the Invasion of Zendikar. Seems appropriate if we're talking, again, Kiora, flavorful deck. This does help us ramp, which is something we're desperately going to need. So I'm okay dropping maybe 2 of those in to start. And now let's see if any other octopus cards become available. Sea Dasher Octopus. Pretty good. Probably better than this Acquisitions dude, if we're being honest. We'll take those out. Whoop, put 2 of these in. Mesmerizing Benthid is another pretty good one. 5 mana. We're already kind of cluttered in our upper end. I don't know if that's great, but maybe. Sharkdo Crab. He's a shark octopus crab. 4 mana 4/4 that can adapt into a 5/5 and tap something down. Elder Deep Fiend. All right, I don't really particularly love any of those. Are there any other Krakens here? Nadir Kraken from Theros Beyond Death. Okay, when you draw a card, you may pay 1. And Kiora went to Theros. She stole the Bident, so this fits our flavor profile. Okay. We also have the other version of Kiora. Well, one of the other versions of Kiora. She makes Kraken hatchlings. She can untap a creature or a land. Okay. And you may sacrifice a Kraken. If you do, create an 8/8 blue. So she can turn these little hatchlings into bigger ones. I mean, again, if we're doing for flavor stuff, right? We got to. Okay. Anything else here? Tolarian Kraken. Kind of expensive. Doesn't do a whole lot. Kiora Best's the Sea God. I mean, come on. And then here we go. We wanted Erixmethes. Whatever. Slumbering Isle. Okay, so this one is kind of interesting. It enters the battlefield tapped with 5 slumber counters on it. As long as it has a slumber counter on it, it's a land. So it's a tapped land. Whenever you cast a spell, remove a slumber counter, and eventually it becomes a 12/12. We could try one of those. Okay. All right, so we have kind of we're already at 51 cards here, and we don't really even have any ramp or anything in here quite yet. So let's think about how we're going to do that. We're going to need, I think we get Cultivate because we're playing Historic. That seems worth taking a full grip. I guess we could also run the other Kiora, Behemoth Beckoner. She cares about stuff with power 4 or greater, and she can untap lands, which can ramp us. So let's try splashing maybe just 2 of her in there. Excuse me. And what other, what's another good ramp or some? Erixmethes. Okay. I gotta practice I spent so much time practicing Kamigawa pronunciations. Charix is a good fit. Well, spells your opponents cast at target Charix cost 2 more. And it gets bigger if we have islands, which we're going to have some of. I like that it's 4 mana. I mean, we can squeeze in one of those. Any other good ramp cards that aren't just Llanowar elves, right? Like, what's another good way to cheat a land or 2 or draw or some other instants and sorceries? I mean, remember, part of our plan was to kind of put some instants and sorceries in the bin so that our Tolarian Terrors would be a little cheaper. Maybe we don't need a full 4 of this guy. Maybe, nope, that's not what I want. Turn off crafting. Maybe we'll try 3. All right, so we got room for 3 more cards. Anything under the Leviathan keyword worth checking out? We can go back there. Leviathan. So we kind of already looked at these. We switched from standard to historic. There wasn't really enough sea creatures just in standard to make Kiora work there. Leviathan options, even if I turn on crafting again. Nimbus Swimmer, he's flexible, but having that X in his casting cost actually kind of hurts us when we're trying to cast Kiora when we have Kiora out and we want to cast him, he won't really trigger her ability in a good way. Yeah, we got Slyn in there. We've got some terrors. We've got tokens. We've got a Hull Breaker. We've got a Serpent of Yawning Depths. We're gonna craft 4 of her. We don't really have a lot of interaction. We don't have any way to counter our opponent or bounce any. I guess we have Whelming Wave. We don't have any way to unsummon anything else. On the stack, mana value will be affected by the X. I guess that's true. Okay. Well, in that case, then I guess these are pretty flexible. We'll take a pair of those. And what else? What's a fun of? What's a good one-shot card? I think we already have all the versions of her. Boom, 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 boom. I don't think the Dam Breaker really helps. Ooh, we didn't really look at other serpents, right? Okay. Most of these are expensive and not great. Cycling, that could be good. Striped Riverwinder. Still feel like we just need like ramp. What's another way to get one more land? Or do we just want like a third invasion of Zendikar? Yeah, we'll just do that. Civic Charm is fun. I think I'm super pumper for the swimmer makes it in. What swimmer? What swimmer are we talking about? Oh, just the Nimbus swimmer. Okay, all right. So we'll put him in. Here's just a fish, but it's not. Kiora, don't care. Do we need? Man. Sword Coast. Filter out. Okay, so that's got a merfolk on it. It's from Ixalan. I don't think Kiora's ever been there. Bit of a flavor stretch, but I will grant you merfolk in the art. That helps. Return all non-land. So, whoa, actually, okay. I'll tell you what. We'll take one of those, and there's one other thing. I think there is a Zendikar version of negate. Might be worth having one of those in our pocket to protect our cards. Well, why not? We'll put in one negate. Okay, now we got to cut something. We'll go down to. I'll turn that back off. We'll just try one of those. Okay. So this is going to be historic Kiora. We also should probably look at our lands. Blue, green, any duals that we can use here. Hinterland Harbor seems like a pretty good one. Pathway, maybe a pair of those. Don't think we need a Triumph. Don't think we need Temple. Probably don't need the Painland. I think we're all right here. Okay, a few things to craft. Boom, boom. Fading Hope might be good cheap bounce. I agree. We're probably going to get punished for not having early interaction. But hey, we're here to play big booty sea creatures and slug it out. So I got my Urza Forests and Islands on here. I don't think that's quite what I want. Ooh. Hall of Storm Giants, no. Sandbar, no. Fancy Lands. I feel like you have to have Beseiju in every deck with green, but like that doesn't speak to me. Tangled Floral Hedron, however, that would be ramp, and it's on Zendikar. I feel like we should probably make room for this guy. Well, we'll just put one of them in there. Okay, all right. Now we got to cut something else. Maybe we can go down one cultivate. Okay. So let's see. What's a good... No, don't do that. What's a good island? I mean, full art Zendikar lands. Okay. Boom, and then... I don't know if I like this interface, the way you gotta like go back to the start to open it and close it. And then some Zendikar forests. Okay, we have 60 cards. We've got let's take a look at this whole deck here. Can I just Here's our list. We have a single negate to get us out of trouble. We have a single Tangled Floral Hedron, just because. We've got some Nimbus Swimmers, which are flexible at when we cast them. We've got a single filter out also to get us out of trouble. We have a kraken. We have an octopus. We have some cultivates. We have a Kiora. We have another Kiora. We have a leviathan crab. We have 4 of these bad boys. I like them a lot. We've got some whelming waves to reset things in our favor. We've got some invasions of Zendikar to go get more lands. We've got a sleeping land. We've got more Kioras. We've got a Serpent of Yawning Deaths. We've got some Tolarian Terrors. A little bit of a flavor stretch. I assume Kiora's been to Dominaria at some point. Who hasn't? But Hullbreaker Horror also not of her plane or any planes that we know she's been to, but again, who cares? Kiora Best the Sea God could probably make a whole deck just around this if we really wanted to. And Slyn Voda, the Rising Deep, another Dominaria creature, but, you know, Leviathan. Okay, and then some lands to round it out. Place your bets. Are we winning or losing our first game with this? And you know what? I am so confident. I'm playing ranked, okay? I need to level up my my profile. Where are we at right now? The season just reset. I fell down to gold. I try to get to platinum every season at least, because that's when you get the best cosmetic rewards. So we're going to try to push all the way up to plat. Let's do it. Find a match. And that was a historic deck we just made, right? There she is. Okay. Historic Kiora. Oh, I didn't change the sleeves or anything. It's fine. Who cares? Only have 5 instant sorcerers in the whole deck. I know. It's going to be great. Who needs salty cards? You have this much flavor. Right. We are flavoring it with spice. You know, we don't need salt. We don't even need... There's sweet cards in here. I will say that. We have a sweet flavor going. Zendikar all about lands. Take any that you want. 61 card deck. Underrated. I mean, we're going to already struggle. I at least want to struggle consistently. So I think keeping it at 60 is fine. Look at this. Look at all of our one-ofs that... Okay. We do have our iconic card in our opening grip. So I think we got to keep. We're going to win the first one. We aren't against monocolor aggro. Well, all I can say, gang, is look. Okay, look. We will start with an island, as is appropriate. Opponent opens with a Triome. They are on a red, white, black, or Mardu, or Savvy, I guess. Thrilling Discovery. Okay. Discarding a Massacre Worm. I think they're going to be reanimating and cheating some of this back. Look, Faithless Looting, a little self-mill. Okay. So I think to answer that, we're just going to have to hold on to our Loner Negate. We picked up another land. We could... Ooh, man. All non-creature, non-land permanents. Well, that's fine. If they cheat like some big stuff in and then we just whelming wave it right back, they'll have to play it again. I don't think we want to counter a Faithless Looting. We need to save our negate for whatever their reanimation spells are. And Priest of Fell Rites. Okay, so that's one to watch out for. So now we can hold up Filter Out and Negate. Next turn we're good with a Reservoir Kraken, and then Kiora. Like, we're doing it. We've done 3 turns with nothing, but our plan is working. We're hitting our lands. We have big fish. So I am happy with how things are going. We are under no pressure from our opponent, and they are winning because they went up 2 points of life, technically. They now have a Kolga also in the bin. Another Thrilling Discovery. I'm okay letting these go. I mean, we do have a counter spell, but we got to save that for when it really matters. They have discarded Removal. They don't know what we're doing, so they're not keeping any of their removal. That's awesome. I like that Reservoir Kraken has Ward on itself. That'll help. Wave's actually better counter for the Trish. Yeah, I agree. Well, we haven't drawn a wave yet. Okay. So I think we just run out the Kraken, because if they held on to like a Heartless Act or one of their 2-mana removal spells, the Ward would have made it impossible. What a thrill. It is a thrilling deck here. They're just throwing away all their good stuff. And now they have to deal with a 6/6 Trample Ward 2. And I suspect at the beginning of combat they're not going to try to tap it. But let's see if they want to burn a removal spell on it. They do. They are going to pay 4 mana to kill our Kraken. That's a shame, but hey, we have another one waiting in the wings down here. So let's see if they want to go again. So one other thing I didn't really consider with Kiora, when we cast a sea monster, we get to dig X deep and cast a spell from among there. So it doesn't have to be another sea monster. You kind of want stuff you can cast and reactive counter spells and whatnot. Oh man. See, we should have. All right, so next turn we're gonna have 6 mana, which is enough to play Kiora, but not quite enough to keep the negate up to protect her. So do I wait until I find another land? Oh, well, we have another Kiora. That's also fine. Okay, so she has ward 3, so everything that they're using to try to kill her is getting expensive. And the more we can make them burn their removal on stuff and pay a lot for it, they're not reanimating anything. Is this a ska band? There are real big fish. Okay, they are bringing in Kolga. They get to fight if they pay the ward, and they do. Gross. Oh, they didn't. They didn't pay the ward. They couldn't pay it. Get wrecked. Okay. Now we don't have any way to deal with this guy, unfortunately. So I think we just do an invasion. Go get more lands, which will let us get Vada? Island and a forest. Alright. No attack. Obviously, we're not going into a 7/6. He's got lifelink as well. They used Unbreakable Bond to bring that guy back. And now we could negate something here if we really need to. Next turn, we've got 4, 5, 6, 7, at least 8 mana, which lets us cast Voda. We won't be able to kick it. Demon of Loathing. Beautiful. Okay. Interesting. Well, again, not blocking. You can gain a ton of life. Ugh. Alright, I don't think we needed 3 of her. Filter out certainly doesn't help us here. I guess we just do Slin. So, okay. So if we cast this, we get to still dig 8 deep, and if a Whelming Wave is among those 8, we can just cast that for free, right? There is not. So other options, Hullbreaker. This version of Kiora would let us slow down their guy. I think we got to do that, because otherwise we're just pretty much dead here. Alright, we have an 8/8. We can tap target creature or land, prevent all damage that would be dealt to and dealt by that permanent. So we're going to stop their Demon of Loathing. Yeah. Because now it can't do damage to us, so we won't have to worry about its sacrifice trigger. And there's not really any point to attacking there. This is actually a great deck matchup. Sometimes the matching algorithm does you a favor, and yeah, this is actually a lot closer than I thought it would be, despite 32 to 13. They have a hasty Inferno of Star Mounts, so that's gonna hurt. Oh no. Yep, pump it, so they could kill our Planeswalker, or they could do a ton of damage to us. Where are they going? I don't see why you're attacking with the Demon of Loathing. Yeah. Oy. Okay, so reviewing our hand. Extra Kioras don't help. Negate doesn't help. Filter out doesn't help. And our Planeswalker can conjure a Kraken Hatchling, which would let us go 1 card deep, but there's nothing that costs 1 in our deck to do. And even if we prevent their thing from attacking, we're still dead to the other one, so doesn't really seem to matter what we do here. I think we are losing this one. So happy to catch me live. You do great work making Magic accessible to people and being chill. Love the creativity. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. You know, the community lately has been, I don't know, guys, do we talk about it? Is it a little toxic around here, or is it just me? Between Lord of the Rings fans who are passionate about their characters, I will grant them that. They're kind of on the wrong side of history. Hey, we can counterspell that. That's fine. And I think a lot of people saw Aftermath and were kind of not happy with the pricing and how the set was designed and released and all that. So it just feels like lately the game has not been fun. And so doing a flavor live stream felt like a way to make things fun again. So appreciate you noticing that and taking the time to be here. And hopefully this reminds you of Magic being fun. That's what we're here for. I think you didn't need the Massacre Worm. You can just attack with your dragon and win. Unless you are afraid of walking into a trap. Lord's always kept my interest when things are negative. I feel it. I feel it. I like to go back and reread some of the older stories and just remember why we like these characters, even if we may not love them in the current moment. But yeah, I get it. You're pumping this up. I get it. And again, for anyone watching at home, filter out returns non-creature, non-lands, so that doesn't help us. All right, so we died to a flyer. Imagine that. Our sea creatures don't have wings. Still a very close game. I'm happy with that. I don't necessarily want to change anything yet. I usually play a deck 2 or 3 times just to kind of get the vibe of it, and we'll go from there. I hope I do a stream for the Lord of the Rings cards. I'm sure I will. I'm sure I will. In fact, there are some cool things coming in the future for the channel. I can't say too much about them right now, but Lord of the Rings will certainly be making an appearance one way or another. I've only known the community to be toxic since the 90s. Well, that's true. Magic is a bit of a basement dweller, neckbeard, boys club, whatever. But to be honest, that's why it is important to me that I start every episode of the show by saying Nicole is a part of this team, right? I try to have representation, even though she's not on camera all the time. She is a vital part of Arcanum, and this wouldn't be possible without her. And you know, I'd like to see more people of different backgrounds and different life experiences in our gaming space. It doesn't always have to be handsome white dudes with a perfect mustache. We've got room for everybody here. That's the gathering. They got rid of my 3-drop octopus. How dare they? All right, well, we're not playing a 0/0 Nimbus Swimmer. Okay. Ryan, opinions on Golos? I think it's an interesting card. I think I like the design art-wise. I like the flavor of a wandering robot trying to figure out its way through the world. I like Magic best when it is fair Magic. And you can interpret that a number of different ways. But I am here to slug it out with creatures. I'm here to use my spells to upset combat and dig deeper in my deck. I understand combo decks can be fun, and they certainly have their audience as well. But when you start getting into the really unfair stuff, to the point where a card needs to be banned or removed from a format because it is so warping, and every 5-color good stuff deck just has a commander that also fetches lands, and they always go get what was it, the zombie one, the Field of the Dead or whatever, and it became too much. And as much as I liked that character, I think it was right to kind of shelve Golos, at least in the commander space. And I am just floating through these turns at this point, not really paying attention to anything. All right, our opponent is on red and black. They are also faithless looting, Ren's resolving. There's the boogeyman, invoke despair. But they also had like a lightning strike in here, and they just did some chip damage to us. I don't understand. I've not seen a deck doing this. Not sure what we're trying to achieve here. But I certainly didn't want to run Nimbus Swimmer out into a Exiled Edict. Okay. We're drowning in lands. We don't quite yet have Slinvoda. Do we just play a giant Nimbus Swimmer knowing that they probably have ways to make us sacrifice it? Swamper, it's going to be a while before they can get... Well, you know what? We're here to play big beasts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Just casually make a 5/5 flyer. Seems fine. That should be out of burn range. And okay, they did not have an instant to answer back with. Ren's Resolve. They go digging. They find a despair. Can't use it. They find a land. Can use. So let's see, that'll give them 3 black. So next turn, if they have another black source. Well. I guess we get in while the getting's good. Rip Swimmer. Not yet, not yet. Never say never. And just in case we're walking into a absolute... board wipe, although I don't see how they could. Damnation's not on Arena, is it? I don't play. I just dropped my. I don't play a lot of historic. There we go. So we'll sack the Swimmer. We'll keep the 6/6, and they can draw 2 more cards, but they won't be able to really do much. Right there. All right, you're about to get hit with a 6/6. Where are all my Kioras this time? We have double Whelming Waves. Never mind. Ryan knows better than me. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know anything. I just pretend to know a lot. All right, chat. It's a shame too. Wife won't go into stores because she feels out of place. Yeah, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. So I've considered, and let me know if this is a good idea or a preachy idea. I've considered doing like a video series on like how to behave at a game store. I don't know if people would like grill me over that or if that would be useful advice, because I feel like the people who need that advice most are the ones least likely to watch such a video. We're gonna have them oh my god. All right, opponents at 1, but they are sitting on an arcane bombardment. We're at 11. I think we just run out another sea creature so that if they do have a edict or something, we're not boardless. Now they have to deal with both of these, and I guess they would get Ren's Resolve, and they might get Despair or something out of this. Big tree from Zendikar that makes creatures forests. That is a Shia, I think. Not really a merfolk or sea creature or has anything to do with Kiora, although it is from Zendikar. Boom. All right. We're taking damage. Are our sea creatures about to crush this opponent? Are we going to have our first flavor win? Or do they have a way to deal with our chonky cans of tuna here? Burn down the house. Oof. Well, that still doesn't do it because this has trample. And we... Return all creatures to their owner's hands, except for Krakens, Leviathans, Octopuses, Serpents. Guess what we've got? Guess what you've got? An opponent with double black, double red. Lightning strike. Okay. Bombardment's going to trigger. They're going to get to fire off some stuff. And they're going to concede. We did it, fam. We actually won. Somehow, our behemoths kicked butt. We'll let that screen linger for a second while I catch up on some chat here. All right, so we're looking at the Swimmer. What is your favorite creature type? Ooh, One of the first decks I ever had was a red and white Pegasus deck from Exodus called White Heat, and we've talked about it on this channel before. I've tried to make red and white Pegasus deck since then. I don't think Pegasus is my favorite creature type, but it is an interesting one. It certainly feels magical, and whenever I see a Pegasus card, it takes me right back to middle school when I first started playing the game. So a lot of emotional attachment to the Pegasus tribe, but I don't know if they're my favorite. I like my demons. I've talked about that before on the channel as well. I've got a really fun commander deck in paper, which I've also done for Historic Brawl with Raphael, who's like kind of a demon noble or devil noble, I guess. And it's a really fun kind of devils, demons, and tieflings deck, so that's a cool one. And then I also have my Naban wizards is my other favorite kind of creature type, although wizards is kind of nebulous because we've got giant wizards from Kaldheim, we've got human wizards, we've got merfolk wizards, so they're all over the place, you know, body wise, but I like wizard cards that tend to do something when they enter the battlefield. Those are a lot of fun, and Naban doubling them up is great. All right, what else? Favorite creature? Yep. Framing it as how to go to a store for events if you are shy could convey the same information. That's a good point. More of a how to play in a pre-release, or how to walk into a store and browse their singles and stuff like that. Like, there is so much about that experience that we just take for granted because we've been doing it for a long time. But like, one of my favorite local game stores, I was going in there a ton, and they'd have a beautiful giant counter, lots of stuff under the glass, and you can stand there and browse for as long as you want, and the staff is great. And then one time my brother's like, did you ever ask about the fun binder? And I was like, what fun binder? And they're like, you got to ask for it, but they have a special binder under the counter of like fun stuff that's like on sale that day or week or whatever, and it's just random. You never know what's going to be in there. It's just fun to flip through it. It's different from all the stuff under the glass. And I was like, there's no sign. No employee has ever told me that there was a fun binder. You just had to know to ask to see it. And so I did that, and they had a foil Bergie in there for like $8, and I was like, okay, I would have not found this. I would have not thought to ask for this, but it was right before I took the trip to MagicCon Philly, and the artist happened to be there. So I bought it, took it, got the artist to sign it, and that ended up being like a really cool thing. But I never would have thought to ask to see the fun binder if my brother hadn't told me. And that's like the kind of thing that can happen at a game store, that if you don't know, you don't know. All right. For you, which set had the best story? I think the Ixalan story arc with Jason Vraska is widely cited as one of maybe the best. I also am a sucker for War of the Spark. I don't like how it was told through the novels, per se. And then there was also like email chapters, and they had an insane number of story spotlight cards, and it was just very scattered, but it felt epic. I appreciated that it was something different that they tried, and they didn't quite get it right because it was the first time, but I liked the ambition behind it, and I liked War of the Spark overall. All those planeswalkers coming together, and like in the middle of it all, Nahiri and Sorin are still just fighting and like mad at each other, and they're not even like recognizing the fact that they're trapped on the plane, and Nicol Bolas is trying to kill everybody, but like their hatred was still like the core of their relationship. Lots of cool stuff happened in that set. It gave us some cards, uncommon planeswalkers for like the first time. That was insane. So War of the Spark story, to me, was a lot of fun. I don't know if it was the best story. I think Ixalan had a better story, but War of the Spark might have been the most fun story. All right, now I gotta scroll again. Okay. Is the Ixalan story in novel form or online chapters? That one was online. You should be able to go to like magicstory.com, and I think they break it down. You can search by like plane, and you should be able to find just the Ixalan stories. But if that doesn't work for you, I could probably dig up the link or something. Rats in Kamigawa. Okay. I'm a little too creeped out by rats in real life. I don't think I could ever get behind them as a deck tribe. Same with spiders. Nicole's got a killer Ishkana spider deck for Commander that she's really proud of. She also has a great dinosaur deck. She's really into those tribes. We try not to say tribes anymore, right? That's kind of not the right word for it. She's into her dinosaurs and she's into her spiders. And I've got my demons, my wizards, and my third Commander deck is Satsuki living lore with kind of sagas and enchantments and telling great stories. I did a whole video on those three decks. So okay, all right, so we are still, I think we could do one or two more games with our sea creatures here. I just wanted to switch up to the big screen there since I was just talking. It's the cool part about Magic. You can't really go wrong. You can do favorite creature type, favorite characters, favorite planes, all these different angles to approach from. You could just say you don't care about any of that. You just want the best performing deck, and then you can just go play that. Just maybe you're happiest when you're winning FNM or happiest winning Pro Tour. No wrong way to play. And yet, despite that, despite how opening and welcoming this whole game is, there are still haters out there who find stuff to complain about. All right, we have Tangled Floral Hedron, a little bit of ramp. We've got a turn 3 Kraken, turn 4 Slumbering Isle, some bounce. I like our chances. We are 1-1 with Kiora's big day. Can we get a second dub here? Lazotep Walkers would be fire. Yeah. I mean, Hazoret has like a Lazotep arm now, I guess. If you would have to make a new creature type, what would it be? I would have to think about that one. I don't even... Magic already has so many, and changelings are already all creature type. Let me think about that. Okay, Ryan, what's the story with the green cup when it's in your videos with the green screen? So, because when you do a green screen, the green cup wouldn't show up. It would be hollow or transparent or whatever. So I decided, usually when I'm doing a sip from the green cup or holding it, it's kind of an aside moment, we would call it, right? An aside where I'm not reading the script. It's more, I'm talking to the audience kind of informally. And so I kind of take myself out of the library and remind everyone this is just a video, just me, just a dude sitting here, you know, staying hydrated. And I couldn't have the green screen with the green cup anyway, but the green cup had become kind of an iconic thing. And the reason that I used to not have to do that is because I used to have just a solid black curtain behind me. And so the green cup was fine, but then I changed houses and now I have a studio, and you can see that back wall where it's like white with like kind of those rectangles behind me. That's sound foam that I got from like Home Depot. Usually you put it like in your laundry room, in the walls. It goes in between the walls behind like your washer and dryer, so you don't have to hear them. So you buy it and it comes in like just big sheets, and normally you would put it in between like the studs behind your drywall. It's in wall insulation, and I couldn't do that. I wasn't going to tear down my walls here. So do I want to bounce all of this? I don't think so. So the sound foam, I ended up putting it into like pillowcases and tacking it up onto the wall. I guess I can do both. I can. All right, we seem to be up against some sort of mono black kind of treasure vampire. I don't know what's going on. No, it's not mono black. Black and green? What's going on here? Shambling gas? Okay. Anyway, so it used to be solid black curtain behind me. Now I have a green screen, but it's on like a roller. So it's on the floor back there. I stretch it up. It covers that white wall. And that's how I record the videos. But that leaves me with a predicament with the green cup, because then I can't do the green cup and the green screen at the same time. So that's the story of that. I think we are going to prevent the Death Toucher from doing anything. And I don't think I want to attack with this because the double shambling ghasts would kill it. So, okay. Oh my gosh, all right. Did that answer the question with the green cup? I kind of rambled there while playing, but that's just the whole thing. It's supposed to be a little aside joke, me talking to the audience, and I can't have the green cup on a green screen, so I drop the effect, and I kind of skew the picture just to kind of break up and make the videos more interesting. You have to let me know if that actually works. I guess I'm fine jumping it here. Okay. Lazatep walkers, yeah, alright. Only wrong way to play, be a jerk to other people. That is true. That's the worst thing you can do in Magic. That is the cardinal sin. Now this is interesting. Obliterator, whenever a source deals damage to it, and they have, oh my god, the fight combo. I should have seen this coming. Okay. Alright, well, sack 3 permanents. 1, 2, probably not the dual lands. Okay, so she says prevent all damage. It would be dealt to and dealt by that permanent. So we can just ice this Obliterator. Or make a Kraken Hatchling. But I think we're just gonna keep freezing out the Obliterator here, so it can't actually hurt anybody or be hurt by anybody. It's funny how changelings are elder gods. I mean, changelings are just a funny thing all around, right? Bottom of historic ranked right now is just blue-red wizards. Sorry about that. Sorry. Yo. All right, how about add the microbe creature type? They have the card ability microscopic. Can't be targeted except by other microscopic. Somebody just watch Ant-Man and Quantumania. Obliterator, Vindicator are my bane. Yeah, so they can... Dire Fleet Hoarders. Okay, so this whole deck was just to like make treasures so they could splash the green fight stuff and get a Obliterator down. Alright, well, invasion gonna invade. We'll get our 12/12 tapped. Ugh. We go get some lands. Phyrexian Extrapolator. Alright, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. We will once again deny you the ability to fight anything with that. I've seen some cool... Oh, in response. Oh, come on. Nice, opponent. But now all you've got left is like... Ugh. I don't think there's any way we're coming back from this. If I could add a creature, I've seen some interesting like custom card designs. Somebody did like a whole set kind of built around the idea of music, and there was different types of like musician creatures that would like add to your tempo or, you know, change your rhythm, and that was kind of like static effects that kind of like a bard, you know, might have the song of inspiration, and it's like while your tempo is this, your creatures get +1/+0, but then when your tempo changes, they get +0/+1, and it was kind of like a hybrid between like Party, where having like enough of these different musicians together would trigger stuff, and like a day-night kind of a mechanic where, you know, the song could change or the tempo could change or whatever. So that was like kind of an interesting way to go about it, kind of a magical music thing. But I don't know if you could make like musician be a creature type. That doesn't seem quite right. Oh, it's a tempo deck? Yeah, and you can jam some games. Ooh, big question. Did we have fun in that match? We got obliterated. I think we had fun there. We'll say that was right. Do you just always say no when you lose and yes when you win, or do you really give it an honest answer? Sounds cool. I'm an actual DJ. That sounds like an actual analog. Yeah, I thought it was pretty clever. I try not to linger too much on like the custom card forums because A, a lot of them are not great. B, it gets confusing, like what's real, what's not real anymore, and trying to keep it all straight. We already have enough cards coming out. I don't need to like, where's all those musician cards? Oh, right, those aren't real. Saw a cool demon guitar player. He'd be great for my Raphael deck, but he's not a real guy. So that's one answer. But I'll keep thinking. What other stuff? I mean, can I bring in like creature types from other properties? Not quite universes beyond, but if there's like another cool fantasy or sci-fi thing, would that be allowed? Solo, duet, trio, quartet, ensemble. Yeah, I think you're right in the wheelhouse of what like that custom set or design or cube, or I forget exact context of it, but somebody had kind of worked out like a whole plane where music was like how they did battle, kind of like Doctor Strange in that movie where they had like the music fight, I guess. Gideon, guess what? Our one of negate. Get wrecked, Gideon. Okay. That was kind of rude, but I'm fine with it. Do we cultivate or Kiora here? I think we cultivate. And we'll grab one of each. And we'll put the island out. Alright, we're ramping. Give honest answer. Usually when opponent concedes too early, it's not fun. Fair. What is this deck? Beginning of enchanted player's upkeep, they lose 3 life unless they sacrifice a non-land permanent or discard a card. Wow. I think it's early enough. We can take 3 there. That's fine. Land. We already can drop a terror thanks to our cultivate negate combo. Oof. I don't know if I love dropping that without protection, or I mean, I guess we have to, right? They're gonna probably edict this or something. They could just straight up remove it, but it has ward 2, and this early on, like that's basically hexproof against a lot of stuff. It's rude to play Gideon. They should know. Okay, well, they had it. Tapped out for that. All right, I think we again decline. And now we can really get a stew going here. We can Kiora, we can cultivate. So here's something that's been kind of on my mind lately as well. So a lot of the uncommon planeswalkers from War of the Spark start with insanely high loyalty for like relative to their cost, right? Because they don't have a way to go up. The whole idea was that you would proliferate, and I think we can just ditch a land. Ooh. Well, let me put a pin in that for a second. So we could untap this, I guess, which gives us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lands.
Let's get moving.
And take a counter off there. So yes, I want to take counters off. Why would I ever not want to? And hey, we get to draw. Yeah. Oh man, look at this synergy combo. Sea creatures. War of the Spark, uncommon planeswalkers, tons of loyalty, low cost by design. Rude. The new Desparked card turns all of your planeswalkers into creatures where their power and toughness is their loyalty. So like, I forget that she lets us draw cards. This is actually like kind of insane. Man, what are the odds they have another board wipe? I don't think I want to double dip on this. I think we just wait and make them answer one card at a time, because we keep drawing more. Although we also have to keep discarding. So I don't know, maybe there's something there. Maybe a D-Spark with a bunch of these, like, I mean, she would be like a 3-mana 7/7, right? Assuming you have D-Spark out. Like, that seems okay. I don't know. You just discard a land this time? Okay. So we'll just keep cultivating. Somehow we're hitting all of the ramp in the multiverse here today. Yep. And then let's see. If we do this, All creatures. I mean, that doesn't really help us. They don't have any creatures. Oh, we still don't get to take the last counter. Ah, another land. Get out of here. All right. So all damage from this is being prevented, so we can't do anything there yet. All right. Well, we're setting up for a pretty big turn here. This guy's about to wake up, and then we've got... Every time I say something like, next turn will be good. We're in a good spot. This is going well. Opponent has the answer. Guess we're just giving up a land. Oh, come on. How many? Probably should have held that so I have something to discard next turn. Okay. Well, guess what, opponent? You have managed to remove all of the sea creature threats, even though Kiora is drawing us extra cards. Your card advantage game is too strong. That Torment of Scarabs also hurts. Kaya also hurts.
I was expecting a more impressive enemy.
Ouch. Cool.
That's just a start.
Yep. There goes our queen. Well, if we're gonna make a comeback, we just straight up kill their Kaya.
There must be something we can still do.
Oh, come on. Oh, big sad. Where's my tears? Where's my... So rude. We were doing it. We were doing it, and now we're dead. Because we have nothing to discard and nothing to sacrifice. Oh, C deck gets flooded. Okay. All right. What lessons have we learned here? What can we do? Because now we're what? 1 and 2, 1 and 3. Coming up a little short. I still like the deck. I think there's potential. I think we just need to dial it in. So let's take one more look at it before we switch to something else. But let's see. Can we make any improvements here? What's working? What's not working? How's our curve? What are we seeing? I kind of like this version of Kiora. Right? I think like she did work. Drawing those extra cards is good. Maybe we go up one more of her. Nimbus Swimmer was like fine. The one time we cast him, he was fine. Floral Hedron was fine. The one negate was fine. Filter Out didn't really ever get used. I think we can cut that. Can we add one more of her? Sure. Slumbering Isle was fine. Invasion of Zendikar, fine. The Whelming Waves, fine. Reservoir Kraken, fine. Charix we never saw, but I don't know. This version of Kiora helped kind of slow opponent down. This one is the reason that we're here. So the problem must be in this upper end. We never drew one of these. Probably don't need 2 of those. Maybe we just need a little bit more early kind of ramp. The terrors were like also good, especially when we like hit cultivate and stuff. Sea Dasher Octopus also not really doing it. I mean, maybe we just 2 negates, because there were times where I wish we could have protected our board a little bit. All right, let's try that. We're making tiny change, tiny bones, tiny change. I love Kaya as a character. I love the made her so powerful. Also me, I hate playing against Kaya. I feel it. I feel it. Okay. Oh, you know what? You know what, gang? I understand. I see where I messed up. This is my bad. We had the wrong sleeves. Is this the best Kiora sleeve? Is it the only Kiora sleeve? Why does it do that? Scrolling and it jumps back to the top. That might be my only one. Wow. Look how many sleeves I have. How much do I play this game? Don't answer that. Okay. Kiora sleeves. Do we have a Kiora avatar? I think that's one of the locked ones, isn't it? No, there should be a... Oh my god. There are too many. I need to slow down and actually look. No. 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 Where? No. No. Is there not a... How is there not a... Guys, am I crazy? Where's... There's no Kiora avatar? Do I have to buy it or something? Well, whatever. Okay. Fourth host it is. And the Lotus pet is perfect. All right, I think it was a sleeve problem. We're going to say it was a sleeve problem. Terrors were good, making your opponent waste mana to blow them up. Yeah, that ward ability certainly did help, but having negate on standby might also help. Or maybe this whole idea is just flawed from the start. I don't know. I don't know. Let's see. Let's keep it going. Keep it going. Full stream. Bruh. Yeah, bruh. We just gotta have the right sleeves. We're good. We're good now. We got lands. We got a little ramper. We got a whelming wave. We got krakens. This is exactly how we drew it up. No Kiora yet, but we're okay. We're okay. I think it's gonna be turn 1 pathway on green, turn 2 floral hedron as a creature. Or do we just play him as a land so that we're sure to have 3 lands? Eh. I guess we can wait. We could always play it tapped on turn 2 if we needed to. Okay. Oh man, this feels familiar. Is this going to be the black fight thing again? All right. So since we did not pick up another land here, I guess we are playing him tapped. All right, so is this vampire tribal? Is this... Oh, man, what is with the black-green? So it's death touch, fight. Again, this is interesting, because this matches up really well against our giant krakens, because... Yeah. Or is this death touch tribal with Finn? Is it going to become like a poison thing? Ooh, we don't have double blue. I missed that. Okay, so I guess we're not under a ton of pressure. These are just 1/1s. And we can actually whelming wave them all pretty easily if we need to. Yeah, ooh, toxic. All right. So what is this deck? Is it just death touchers? Yeah, I think we're just gonna wipe all those out of here. Slow them down a bit. And then we don't need to untap anything, so we'll just chill. Opponent seems to be stuck on maybe just 3 lands. Crack on! Yeah, unleash the krakens. I mean, all these little death touchers though terrify me because like they trade with our 8/8. Like, what am I gonna do? This little 1/1 elf can kill this. Although the fact that this can bounce everything again might save us. Ooh. All right. Really hoping for a land there. But I guess getting a 1/1 that can absorb one of these death touchers is probably fine. Okay. Alright, so next turn we get to cast something with Kiora out, which then cascades into hopefully something else. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 mana. So we could do the big boy. We won't get to kick it, which we kind of need. Maybe we should hold on to this until we can kick it to wipe their board again. Ooh, Hooded Blightfang. That's what we're doing. Whenever a creature you control with Death Touch attacks. Ugh. Alright, I don't think I want to give up the Florahedron. We're going to need the mana, so I'll say no block. Ow. Found a land anyway. Okay. So I think we start with the Terror, which lets us cast either a Kiora or an Invasion. I guess we want the Planeswalker here. Feeling good about that. All right. And then I think we want to prevent what? Prevent damage from the toxic guy? Sure. And yeah, I don't think we're attacking here yet. We're gonna wait and try to kick Slyn Voda next turn and reset their board. Will we be able to do that? We'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He needs 10. I can still tap this though and then untap it with Kiora. Okay. It is a Fin deck. Ah, alright. You can kick him if you use Kiora's -1. Yes, okay. I just did the math on that again. And now that we have a board set up, we just have to live through this turn. So we're at 6. Do we take 3 more? Ooh, I totally forgot about Fin Poison. Okay, alright, we're not down. Alright. So we're gonna kick this. We get to then cast this guy for free. Draw a card. Draw a card. Bounce their whole board. Untap our 12/12.
Love to make a splash.
Attack for a ton of damage. Okay. Let me sack a Kraken. If you do, create a Kraken. I don't think I want to do that. I guess we'll just make a Kraken token. Alright. Okay, so they could probably deploy stuff, but they won't be able to attack with it. And we've got Tramplers, and we can actually just make all of our stuff unblockable. Again, not it's happening. Shh. You don't talk about a win streak in the middle of the streak. You don't talk about a no-hitter during a no-hitter. And technically, since we changed a few cards, this is a whole new deck. So this is currently untested. It's 0-0. If we win this, it'll be an undefeated deck. Now you show up. Okay. So I think the plan here is Serpent of Yawning Depths, because then that makes all of our stuff unblockable. We're going to draw some cards. We get a free Cultivate. Look at this. We were down to just 3 life, but I think we're going to be fine. And, ooh, do I want this as well? I don't think so. We don't have haste or anything, so, yeah. Opponent scoops it up! We got there. We got there with our behemoths. Kiora has returned to Zendikar. She has tapped into the abundant mana and has summoned an army of loyal sea creatures. I think that went pretty well. I think we learned a lot from our first iteration of the deck. I don't want to do just this deck all day. So, should we try something else? Should we revisit the list? Where's my list? Full screen. Okay. GG. That was fun. Thanks for being there with me. undefeated, and the deck is now retired, so it will never be defeated. Go out on top. That's what I always say. Or go out on bottom, if that's your thing. Okay, so for anyone who joined in the last, I don't know, 90 minutes, welcome to the show. I'm Ryan Gomez. We're doing a little live stream on YouTube, not Twitch. Why? Because I have 80,000 subscribers on YouTube. I have nobody on Twitch. We're doing flavor wins here today. We have brewed a deck around Kiora, going to Zendikar, her home, tapping into the might of the sea creatures there. That was a cool, successful, eventually undefeated deck. Very proud of that one. Might tinker with it some more later. But for now, we're looking for, what's our next play here? I'm seeing votes for Eldraine, Chandra. Chandra technically appears on 2 lists. We could do Kaladesh with her or the Nissa Chandra Elementals. And somebody is voting for Nicol Bolas, which is not on this list, but I said earlier, any idea is fine. So I think I'll run another poll here real quick, and I'll put that up for a second while I step away to refill my water cup and stretch my legs for a minute, because I've been sitting here for an hour and a half already. So let me get a poll going. Start a poll. And sorry for the clickety clack. Actually, I'm just going to mute this first. Why don't I just... Okay, poll is live. What does your Quint deck do? I don't have a Quint deck yet. These are all ideas for flavorful decks that we could build. A Quint deck. Quint himself is red and white. Other cards that are on flavor with him would be Campus Restoration from the Aftermath, which is a red and white spell, or the card Plargan Nassari, which is a red card that I think exiles stuff and you get to cast it for free. But Quint is a newly sparked planeswalker. He could go anywhere in the multiverse. We could drop him into any setting and build a deck around his own innate abilities. That might also be fun. So a lot of these are just ideas, starts of ideas, seeds, seedlings that need to be planted, little saplings that we're going to grow together. So there you go. I put a few options up on the poll. Again, we're doing this for a couple of hours. So if you're hoping to see a different deck, you know, we'll get to it eventually. I'm going to let you guys sit and think with that one for just a second while I step away. Like I said, I just want to refill my water cup, and I will be right back. So take a moment to vote on things, and we'll see where we're at when I come back. Hold on. I think I was on mute that entire 10 seconds. Okay, I'm back. Thank you for your patience. Cheers. And the results of the poll are 52% for Nissa Chandra. So I think for this one, we're probably going to have to do historic. Or, well, let me ask this. Do you guys like historic better, or do you like explorer, which is technically pioneer? Historic has like the alchemy cards and stuff that who picked Yargle? Who I said don't pick Yargle. Somebody picked Yargle. You can't follow directions. I can't do a live stream if you guys can't follow simple directions like don't pick the Yargle, but you picked the Yargle, so now we're gonna have to bargle. All right, Chandra Nissa, elementals, bro, I'm here. I unmute. I should have had chat open. Look at what I'm dealing with. It's this little tiny red flashing light, and if you don't notice, then you never know. Okay. Hui, historic, explorer, historic. So we don't know. We have no consensus. All we know is we picked Yargle. Not supposed to do that. Historic, explorer. Somebody break the tie. Explorer, because I have no idea what it is at this point. I'm too afraid to. Okay. I can answer that. That's why we're here. It's a learning opportunity. In Magic, there are many formats. Standard. Cards within the last 2 years, although now rotation is being slowed to the point where it's going to be like 3 years, but whatever. The idea is standard is your most recent pool of cards. Advantage is that people who have been playing a longer time can't leverage their giant collection, right? Everyone has a same-ish size of cards to use. From there, we expand backwards, and every different phrase is really just a measure of how far back you're allowed to go. Explorer is Arena's version of Pioneer, which goes back to Return to Ravnica, which is about 10 years worth of sets, give or take. Not all 10 years worth of sets are on Arena, but in paper, you can make a Pioneer deck that has any card from today going as far back as Return to Ravnica. All of that is legal. Those don't all exist on Arena, so instead we have Explorer, which goes back as far as Arena goes, which is Ixalan, I think, was one of the first sets on here. Plus, they have started doing anthology sets or remasters that kind of add in cards that are legal in paper Pioneer. They're trying to get Explorer eventually caught up to Pioneer so that you could make the same deck on both. Right now you can't. You can make decks in Pioneer that won't work on Explorer just because the cards don't exist, but they're eventually trying to get everything there. Going back even further, you could play Modern, which goes way back to 7th edition? I don't even know. I never really played Modern. That you definitely can't do on Arena. There's way too many older cards that just aren't programmed, don't exist. So instead, we have Historic, which again has every card legal on Arena, but also a different set of anthologies designed to put specific cards into that format. Historic also has the Arena exclusive or alchemy cards in it, which some people don't like because then you're playing with stuff that doesn't exist on paper at all. And a lot of people consider Arena a way to practice for paper or vice versa. So I try to stick with Standard and Explorer, and I avoid Historic because I don't want people to be like, oh, that was a cool deck. I want to play it at FNM, or I want to make it in paper. And you can't because those cards don't exist that way. So I try to stick to just the ones that do have a physical analog to them. And so that's what Explorer is. Explorer is Pioneer Light because it doesn't have the full card pool yet, although they tell us that they are working on it. So if you wanted to make a Nissa Chandra Pioneer deck, the closest you could do is a Nissa Chandra Explorer deck. I think that still covers plenty of cards, and we avoid all the alchemy stuff that I know is contentious and people don't really love. So I would say Nissa Chandra is going to be... where did it go? Explorer. That's what I vote for. But now I have to read this tiny little chat box all the way over here. So let me... Tiny leaders. Well, if I could, Guy, I would. But bring out that Torben Rankle buddy cop. Yeah, we'll do that later. Where are super chats? How am I supposed to donate? $3.50 for the crowd. I appreciate that. I don't know. I've done a few streams, but I'm not great at this yet. I didn't even think turning on all the extra add-ons would be worth it. There's no plugins. There's no what. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing, man. I'm just making it up as I go. You could always become a patron. You could always buy a shirt. So I think we got merch. Nicole put like coffee mugs and cool stuff on our merch store. That's probably a bit much if you're looking to just donate $3. Not using the donate function, YouTube doesn't take a buck out of the $3.50. Right. I also don't know what YouTube collects percentage-wise. So, but I appreciate the idea and the emotion behind it. So perhaps next time I will look into how to enable special features like that. I'd like to do more streaming. I usually don't even think about it until it's too late. All right. So we need to start with the new Nissa. There she is. Resurgent Animist. Okay. So she's a 3-mana 3/3 legendary creature, elf scout with landfall. Whenever a land enters a battlefield under your control, add 1 mana of any color. Lotus Cobra. Then, if this is the second time this ability has resolved, Evolving Wilds, reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal an elf or elemental. So we could do elf tribal, but if we want to have Nissa and Chandra together, they overlap on elementals. So that's what we're going to focus on. Put that card into your hand, the rest on the bottom. So every second landfall, we get to draw an elemental from our deck. Seems all right. Card advantage. I think she's like $40 in paper right now. I don't know, man. I don't know. Hey, you're doing great. Thank you. Sure, they're about to subscribe to Patreon. I would appreciate that. And we got cool perks on Patreon too. If I could plug that real quick. We've been doing custom tokens, which Nicole has been killing it with those. I don't know if you've seen. They show up in the credits of our videos. I got one right here. I don't know how well this is going to show up on camera, but so I have like a wizard token with my mustache, and it's foil. All the tokens are foil, and it says wizard. It's story time on it, and on the back it's got our logo with like a little kind of laser light show with all 5 colors represented on there. Although black is purple, but whatever. And it's kind of like a smoky. I don't know. It's super cool, and I've never seen one quite like this on a table somewhere. So we've got wizards, we've got elves, we've got devils, we've got all sorts of cool designs now. We're doing 1 a month for a year, was the idea. We've also kind of kicked it up secret layer style. So I always tell you for sure, like you're getting the wizard, but then I also throw in there, I didn't really tell people this one was coming, but like the elf. So there's Nicole with her little braids, and they're all they have like this hedron kind of design. Why am I doing this on the tiny screen? There we go. So it's really shiny. This particular one is not centered very, very well, but you can tell. But that's it. These are cool tokens. And if you're a patron at $10 a month or more, I mail these to you. With a little handwritten, note. Thanks for being a patron. And you get something that nobody in your play group is going to have. I can pretty much guarantee you that. You sit down to play and you've got the wizard token. That's pretty sweet. Okay. Fate demands you buy merch. Do it. That's too flat to be foil. Well, my printer, they can't center the art worth a damn, but they do make a nice, shiny, flat token. Where was I? Talking about a $40 paper aftermath card. All right, Nissa, Resurgent Animist. So we want her. Shazam. 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. What version of Chandra are we What green Chandra? Okay, so for example, just not before I even grab a Planeswalker, Chandra's Ember Cat. It's an elemental. You can tap it for a red, which you can then use to cast an elemental or a Chandra. I think that's worth like flavor alone, and it kind of ramps us and it does good stuff. Okay. Can I see just Chandra? There's no her her creature card's not in here, right? Okay, yeah, her Magic Origins Flip Walker. So there's no creature Chandra. So I'll turn that off. We're just going to look at Planeswalker versions of Chandra. So do any of them care about elementals the way that Nissa does? And the answer is, well, yeah. So we have Acolyte of Flame, which can make elemental tokens. That's okay. Not great. Dress to Kill provides mana, pseudo card draw. Again, not really the elemental one. Fire Artisan is one of my favorite versions of her, but it also doesn't do anything with elementals. Novice Pyromancer. Elementals you control get +2/+0 until end of turn. Hello. It can also make mana in a pinch and deal damage to stuff, so that's maybe where we're going. Pyromaster doesn't really do it. Torch of Defiance doesn't really do it. Heart of Fire, though. What does this one do? It just looks cool. I mean, you can't deny that. Discard your hand, exile 3 cards. No, this one's not the elemental one either, although it is gorgeous. I think it's this one, Awakened Inferno. Yeah, okay. So she can't be countered. She costs 6 mana. Oh my god. Each opponent gets an emblem with, at the beginning of your upkeep, take a damage. Nice. -3. Deal 3 damage to each non-elemental creature. So kind of a one-sided mini board wipe. That sounds great. So she works well with the elementals. I like that one. Bold Pyromancer. I think this was from like the Precon deck one that nobody willingly wastes a wild card on this because it's bad. Flames Catalyst. I think this is the other one that was from a M21 deck. Yeah. Flames Fury from M20. This one also just does straight up damage and is hecka expensive. And then the newest one, so maybe there's a reason to use this. I don't think this one works with elementals per se. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery. So this one's more of like a spell slinger kind of a one. So I think the one that we are most interested in is Awakened Inferno. No, I don't want to craft it a million times. And 4 might be too many, but for this time I think we're just going to stick with 4s to start and we'll kind of tweak it from there. Now, is it worth also putting in smaller Chandra? Guys, I will tell you, I think this is my least favorite art on a Magic card, maybe ever. It's certainly in the top 10 worst or bottom 10 ever. I don't know how we score it. Her face just doesn't look right. The little fire thing she's holding doesn't read well. I don't know. I don't know. It looks like she's on Ravnica or something. I can't tell where she is. But when she's a novice, I mean, is this supposed to be Kaladesh? It doesn't look like Kaladesh, but this is like before she was really touring the multiverse. I don't know. I just don't like the looks of this card at all. Awakened Inferno kills Nissa. Oh, that is true. That is true. The -3 will kill our Nissa. Well, I'm gonna say it is unlikely both will be in play at the same time. So maybe but maybe you're right. Maybe it should be this one, the one I just spent 8 hours talking about how ugly it was. Also, don't love this one. That weird like wink doesn't come across well. She just is like. But this one also makes elementals, and it's a little bit cheaper, and it's a rare. Tell you what. No, stop doing that. We'll go down on those ones. We'll splash a couple different Chandras, just because I'm not really sure. And then, was there any other Nissas that also worked with elementals? I mean, this one makes elementals out of our lands. Vital Force, not super great. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think we want we're certainly not going to do this one. And we're not going to do the blue one. So, you know, Kaladesh is more than just the one neighbor. You got me there. But still, like, that whole plane has a distinct style of building to it everywhere that we've seen, right? And knowing where Chandra is from and where she's spent most of her time growing up there, this doesn't match with what I perceive to be her upbringing. But you could be right. This could be a different neighborhood of Kaladesh. Maybe this is where Gonti has his hideouts or whatever. Okay. Kind of like Acolyte of Flame. I mean, she's winking at you. Well, Quite a day you're having if you're getting winked at by Chandra. If you could interact with any one planeswalker for a whole day, you get to have breakfast with them, do something, have lunch, do something else, dinner, and then an evening activity. Behave. Yargle clickers, behave. Pick a planeswalker to spend a full day with. Who do you got? Kaladesh has Little Ravnica. It's like little Chinatown or Little Italy. They just, little. It's over in the Elemental District, over by Thopter Boulevard. Yeah. Oy. Okay, so we've got. I guess I might as well just craft these because we're definitely doing that. George Lucas world building, the whole world, just that one place. I mean, to be fair, sometimes that place is just snow or desert or tree. Okay. So we have an Ember Cat, which can make us some mana for elementals. We've got an Acolyte of Flame. We've got this Nissa. So we need landfall is another thing. And we need to think about that. I don't need the Planeswalker filter on anymore. What are some... Nope. Red and or green, please. Could we choose desparked ones? Absolutely. In fact, that's probably easier because they can't leave the plane that you're on, even if they want to. Okay, we got Jace, Vraska, Nissa to talk nature with her. Want to visit Zendikar. It's so pretty. It is. It's one of the few places, though, where the land itself might kill you. It's dangerous. I don't know if I'm brave enough to go to Zendikar, but props to you. If you can endure that, that would be a cool spot to hang out with Nissa. I agree. Jaya, okay. You might want to have to go through Liliana to make that one happen, but Jace, Ixalan era, Johnny, okay. Oh, 2 votes for Jaya, sure. Jace wouldn't remember you at the end of that day. Zing. Saheeli, I think, would also be fun. She's an artist with the sculpting, life sculpting. She can make some really cool stuff. I think you would have a good keepsake at the end of that date or play day or whatever. Anamatu with the future stuff. Yep. Kiora, sea in the ocean. Okay. Johnny seems like you could learn a lot. He is quite wise. Also could just kind of curl up on the couch and just read or whatever, and I'm sure he wouldn't mind that. Vraska, just to see how her snake hair works in real life. Like, do they need to be fed? See, I don't know. So a true Gorgon or Medusa had but actual snakes, right? Does Vraska ever actually have faces on the end of those, or are they just like the tails of snakes? Is it just like a snake-like hair, or does she actually... I don't know. I guess we'd have to meet her in person to find out. If Tamio was still alive, she'd be great. All the stories she could tell. I mean, you could still get those stories from her ghost, but yeah. Kiora shows you the ocean while riding a kraken. Yeah, that'd be sweet. So many good answers here. Karn makes you an Iron Man suit. Oh, you guys are so creative. All right, we need to be creative. What do we got here? What are some good elementals? Chandra's Pyreling. Whenever source you control deals non-combat damage. The Hellhound, so that's from Zendikar, which is where Nissa's from. That's where they're ostensibly heading. It also cares about landfall. Kind of like that. The Mage Mutt. 2 mana for a 2/2. Can tap it for a damage. Seems alright. So those are some interesting cheapo dudes. You know what? Let's just throw some of them in here just for keeping track. You know, I like to kind of have my little maybe board going here. Oh yes, of course we need a Ashaya. We'll come back to that. All right, Lightning Mare. I mean, Runaway Steamkin. Spitfire. So many interesting choices here. And I heard previously, we should be more democratic about it. So I'm not just going to dictate what's going in here. If you have ideas or see something jumping out to you, lava. When Brawler attacks, it gets +1 for each elemental you control. Could be something. I mean, this is a phoenix, but it leaves an elemental token behind. Ooh, Tectonic Giant is one of my favorite cards. Doesn't really have anything to do with these two characters. I guess we should actually start with, like, I guess, okay, so there's a Shia. We can take 2 Ashias. Vinemare, pretty good. So are there any gold elementals? Plenty. Okay. Brush Fire. Ooh, I like this guy. I like this one a lot. Also has landfall. Can't be blocked by weaklings. We're going to grab some of him. Creeping Trailblazer. Other element. This is like an elemental lord. That seems worth taking. We might just end up on just like red and greens. Leafkin Avenger. Makes mana, but not great. We're not touching Omnath or Phylath. Although maybe. It's kind of expensive. All right. Are there any colorless elementals? No. Okay. Other good green ones. Healer of the Glade. When it enters the battlefield, you gain 3 life. Thought there was like... yes, okay. Overgrowth Elemental. I remember this one from M20. When it enters the battlefield, put a 1/1 counter on another target elemental you control. So that works with our elemental tribal. And whenever another creature you control dies, gain a life. If it was an elemental, put a counter on this guy. I think that works great. We got like a good elemental tribal thing happening here. Okay, Cavaliers, expensive. I think, ooh. So we're already at 60. We haven't really even put in removal or card draw or anything else. I guess I should read chat instead of staring at my own screen here. All right, where are we at, gang? Creeping Trail, Blazer, and Omnath. Omnath, is the red-green Omnath in here? No. No, because he was from Battle for Zendikar, and that set isn't on Arena. So we could do the 3-color Omnath, but I don't think I want to stretch this deck to 3 colors. We're certainly not doing 4. Certainly not doing 5. Certainly not Yargling. Florahedron is from Zendikar, gives ramp, and is an elemental. Yes. I do agree with that. I do agree with that. I don't need to craft it. Okay, Thicket Crasher. I think we could take a look at that. It's a 4-drop for a Rhino. Other elementals you control have trample. Okay, that's a maybe. What do we take out to make room for it? Because we're kind of already getting full up. Leafkin, easy mana. Leafkin Druid. Okay. So is that better than Embercat? 2 mana 2/2 that can make red and be used for an elemental or Chandra, or a 2 mana 0/3 that makes green that we can use for anything. And if our board is wide enough, we get double green, which is better. Maybe we go 2 and 2. Let's try that. Ooh, no, why do I always... 2 cats, 2 druids. Gotta work. Love the show. Can't wait. Well, you can always watch this as a video on demand. It'll be on the channel, so you can just, pick this right up where you left off. Soul of the Wilds. Yes, Ashaya. We already got 2 copies of Ashaya is in there already. We need some card draw and removal. Yeah, we need a lot of stuff. We just crammed a bunch of elementals in here just to kind of start. Is mono green Omnath legal? He's not. Yeah, does not exist on Arena, unfortunately. Bean Man. Fertilid for ramp. I mean, we kind of already have like the dorks. Between Embercat, the Druid, and the Floral Hedrons. I don't know. Although, Fertilid does get... Okay, let's read this. Enters the battlefield with 2/1/1 counters on it. Pay 2, remove 1. Search the library for a basic land, put it onto the battlefield. So that is kind of important because we want landfall triggers. So maybe this is worth putting in. Let's try. Is there different versions? I guess it doesn't really matter. Okay, we can try 2 of those. We might need to start making some cuts here. Sage? What is a sage? Okay, so we threw Magmut in here. I don't think we really actually need that. Doesn't really fit with our game plan. Super great. Brushfire I still like. Hellhound I still kind of like. Trailblazer I certainly like. Definitely Nissa and Chandra. And the Overgrowth Elemental for sure. Triumph. Let's take a look. What? Guess we don't need that on. All right. Chandra's Triumph. 3 damage, target creature or planeswalker. 5 damage if you control Chandra. Okay. I could see splashing 1 or 2 of those in there. Rishkar's Expertise. That is a fine card. I don't think it goes into our flavorful elemental gruel friends kind of a build here. We're looking to keep it a little more dialed in. Although if you're building your own version of this deck, absolutely go for that. Let's try 2 Triumphs. All right, this is getting to be kind of stuffed. What do we still need, or what do we have too much of? Do we like this 1-drop Hellhound? I like it, but I don't love it. Maybe 4 is too many. It's a bad top deck. I don't mind having 1 in the opening hand, but no, turn off the... Let's say 2 of those for giggles. All right, Embercat, I like. Triumph, I like. Druid, I like. Floral Hedron, probably don't need 4 of these guys. Again, coming in tapped. Let's try 2 of those. The Brushfire, I do like. Having haste does make him a decent enough top deck, although he's kind of weak, but he can't be blocked easily. Creeping Trailblazer, I mean, it's our lord. It's pretty good, but... And it can pump itself. There's also Nissa's Triumph. So that... Oh, because I didn't have that filter on. Okay. Search the library up to 2 basic forests if you control Nissa. Planeswalker, which we won't have. Get up to 3. So this just kind of draws us more lands. Flavor-wise, I get it. It's got her name on it, but I don't think that this really does enough for this particular deck. Other Nissa cards. Zendikron turns a land into an elemental. Yeah, I don't think any of that's really doing it for us. Retreat Xandu for landfall. You can put 4 Tangled and cut 2 lands. Yeah, I probably will end up adjusting. Although we do want to hit our lands for like landfall and stuff. And Ashaya gets bigger, right? Equal to the number of lands we control. So I don't really want to skimp too much on... Hellhound isn't that great. Yeah, okay. So maybe we just cut this guy entirely. Can I just ever... That does free us up valuable room. Okay. I like Overgrowth Elemental. That's kind of like core. I like the Nissa. She's going to need some ways to get landfall going. Fertilid might be one of those ways. So maybe we go up on another one of those. Or do we just want stuff like cultivate? I mean, I'm like almost always happy to draw a cultivate, really. Let's try that. Let's take 2 of those. We are still very light on like any actual removal. Maybe cathartic reunion. Okay, okay. Okay. Maybe look how many different evolving wilds arts I have. It's insane. Well, we gotta do the shiny one, even though it's technically an Ikoria one. Or you know what? No, I don't even want these. Right? This is not. This is bad. The courtyard is probably better. Yeah, either Cabaret Courtyard, Mountain Forest, or Plains. Okay, this is Forest, Plains, or Island. So I think the courtyards are probably just better. Riveteer's Outlook would also do it. I don't think I want 8 of those. I don't know. It's like a good way to get double landfalls, though. All right. Cathartic Reunion would be a great fit. Light up the night. Druid class. You guys are just a wellspring of ideas. Unfortunately, we only have room for 60 cards. Evolving Wilds for landfall. Yeah, I know there's like a lag between when stuff happens here, but excuse me. So Evolving Wilds, when it comes into play, or well, I guess you don't have to do it when it comes into play, right? You can save it for another time. But my thought was the courtyard does basically the same thing, but you also gain a life, right? When it enters, we only have mountains and forests, so it's not like we need to get anything. So is the upside of getting a life better than Evolving Wilds, which you can hold until you need it, right? Because this one we control when we sacrifice it versus the courtyard, which happens automatically. Fabled Passage is so much better. Oh my god, you guys are geniuses. Okay. Alright, so Passage, Courtyard, that's a lot of landfall. We still want some basics to hit, especially with like Cultivate and Fertilid. Okay, I'm feeling pretty good about this. Land-wise, let's see if no. Cathartic Reunion, okay. How many of these do we want? Just one? Just one. Just like we had one negate. We'll just do one reunion. And now we got to cut something else out. Should there just be one Ashaya? I think just one. That seems fine. That's also very expensive. Okay. Here's where we're starting. And we'll make changes. But, you know, we're here to play games. You know? Chandra and Nissa, they are going on an adventure. I didn't even really look at like the aftermath cards with Nissa in it. There's like Open the Way and other stuff. But so we have the new Nissa, who cares about landfall, and she can make mana off of that and or reveal elementals out of our deck, which we are loaded on. We have a couple different Chandras here at different levels of maturity, let's say. So she can buff up elementals, she can board wipe and damage the opponent. She can create elemental tokens, which get buffed by Trailblazer. We have a lot of like good synergies here, and yeah, no spells. I mean, if your creatures are good enough, we don't really need spells. We do have some Chandra's Triumph for a little bit of instant speed damage, and we do have some Cultivates to get us some extra landfalls. And we do have a Cathartic Reunion to, you know, draw some extra cards in a pinch. So, if you can think of other spells that we desperately need, but I kind of like where we're at. I am happy trying it like this. And just like we did with the sea monsters, we're probably going to have to make some edits and adjust things, but I am happy with where we're starting. But once again, are we going to have a first game win? Yes or no? Yeah, now we get to... Oh, man. Okay. So, again, the sleeves. You guys are supposed to remind me about sleeves. So do we do Flaming Chandra? Or is this a Nissa deck? Is this... Ooh. Is this, Japanese art Nissa? I think it's going to be that. Or... That's an okay Chandra. I don't know if I even have the Gruul sleeves. Oh, here we go. This is just like an elemental. That's probably the best one, right? Could do Chandra or Nissa. Yeah, we're taking the elemental. And...
Together, we will prevail.
Or, oh, okay, so it should be... We got green sleeves, so we need a red planeswalker face.
You want to go, tough guy?
Yeah. Cool. Cool. That's the deck. Anime Nissa. No! For future Brawl Historic. Yeah, there's plenty of great ideas. Although, if you're doing a Chandra Nissa Brawl deck, which one of them do you make the commander? Don't forget about the sleeves. Well, we got it, so now we can't lose. We are undefeated when we take the time to put the right sleeves on. I just want to put that out there. So hopefully that holds true here. There's Animist's Might. Yeah, that cares about... It's like a fight spell that cares about legendary creatures, right? I think. There's also Open the Way, which has them together. That's like a ramp spell, but it's kind of expensive. It costs more than Cultivate, right? It's like 4 mana to get 2 lands instead of 3. Okay, we have a Brush Fire. We're going to be able to play it on curve. We have a tiny bit of removal, and we have a Lord. Snap Keep. Who needs Black Lotus anyway? I mean... It's just kind of a flex because this is a, I don't say super rare pet, but I don't see a lot of other people with the Lotus. Hasty Boy is going to get hit with a Play with Fire or equivalent, right? That's what's about to happen here? Or unsummon with something? No, okay, cool. I suddenly am blanking on every card name ever printed. Fading Hope. Not Fading Hope. Not a burn spell. Okay. Chandra Tribal Commander deck is mono red. Well, yeah. Oh, a Thing in the Ice. Is this going to be like a Spell Slinger, Phoenix kind of a thing? Okay. So we'll do that. That's going to buff him up. Do we make him even bigger? Why not? Yeah. Fertilid might have been a better play there just to kind of set up future landfalls, but I like getting damage in while we can. Oh no, Spike Field. Rip. Alright, 1 elemental down. Is it Phoenix? Probably, yeah. And they're Fiery Impulse. That's the 1 mana do 2 damage spell I'd thought of. Okay. Well, how about this? We play our Novice Pyromancer. We minus her. And then we get to do 5 damage to a Thing in the Ice.
Let's light it up.
Let's light it up, baby! That seems pretty good. I don't know what we're doing next turn, but that was fire. Okay, well, we, oh my god. So the problem is, she's not great if you don't have any elementals out there. I mean, I guess we just tick her up for value.
It's elemental, dear. What's her name?
And then next turn we can actually make this into a 4-2 and attack if it's alive. Although our opponent probably has an abundance of burn. Pieces of the puzzle. Reveal the top 5 of your library. Put up to 2 instants or sorceries from among them into your hand. Wow. And what did they pick up? Chart a course, which won't work with these guys yet. And fiery impulse, which is gonna... Yeah, boo. Okay, okay. Lots of lands. Doing great. So you could make a case to like hold on to that until we need the landfall, but I kind of want to thin the deck out so we don't draw more lands. So I'm hoping that that works. But in a different universe, we just wait, draw something like Nissa, then play the... Although we have another crackable land anyway, so I guess we're okay. There we go. There they go. All right. So, yeah. It is a Kraken. This is interesting. Yeah, it's like our own past is coming back to haunt us in a way. All right. Planeswalker down. I don't think our deck has any way to deal with these. So even if we use her -2, you may cast an instant or sorcery card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard. So we could, like, recast Triumph, but even that only does 5 damage, and these suckers have 8 toughness. So even if we just make some tokens, they don't live to the next turn, so... I think we started off well, but we're not going to win this because we're going to take 14 damage here. We have no way to block. Brutal. To be fair, our opponent is playing like a very well-established, like, high-tier deck, and we're here for the flavor. So, okay, okay. Blame it on the shuffler. Too many lands. It's fine. Fine. Happens. Happens to the best of us. No regrets. Although now our perfect record with sleeved decks has been shattered. Shattered. Run it back. Memory of a goldfish. We forget all about that L. We didn't even draw Nissa. For anyone who recently joined in to watch the stream, welcome. Welcome. We're doing a little elemental brew here, flavored around Chandra and Nissa and their time together, we'll say. And you draw lands, but not creatures. Yeah. Lulled you in with a great opening hand. Yeah. Yeah. And it's about to do it again. We're going to go Forest, Leafkin, Druid. Unless we top deck a mountain or something. And then we might do one of these guys. Irrelevant. Alright, so next turn we conceivably have 4 mana, but it's all green, and everything else in our hand needs red. So we've got to draw a mountain, or a Nissa, or something. Never mind, we're getting strangled. Okay. Zendikar's Royal. Okay, that is an inspired choice. Also works with our landfall kind of sub-theme here. Boom, boom. Got it. I think I have some ideas on how we're gonna kind of we're already down to 12. I mean, yeah, we're probably chump blocking with this Jump. All right. Our opponent match. Oh, we didn't change the guys. Guys, we didn't change the lance. That's the problem. We're still using my favorite Urza lance. We changed the sleeves, but not our basic land art. Tried playing an incubate deck. I have not. I haven't done that. I don't think I've even really drafted that as a archetype. Okay, yep. This seems all well and good. Down to 6, and we're dead. Okay. Well, Sadhedron is sad. We're just gonna not even give him the taillights. We're out of here. Okay. It's okay. It's okay. Fine. Even. Maybe we're trying to get too clever with those like multicolored early elementals. Maybe that brush fire guy, not what we want. Let's get our cards back out here. This deck might need a little help. You think? Okay. So, what worked, what didn't work? Brushfire Elemental, cool, but not good. Trailblazer I still like because it buffs stuff, and since we have the other Chandra that like makes tokens, those work pretty well together. Floral Hedron coming in tapped kind of wasn't great, although he is an elemental that we can play in a pinch. Deck needs more islands. Pump your brakes there, kid. We're not putting Omnath in. I'm not falling for it. Fertilid was like okay, but we didn't live long enough. I still like Overgrowth Elemental. I think he's really good. I think we need... I mean, like, healer, probably not great, although gaining us a little bit of extra life and being a little speed bump for our opponent, maybe. What's this Prowler do? When it enters battlefield, mill 3. You may put a land from among them into your hand. If you don't, it becomes a 2/2. So this either draws us a land or is a bear. That might help with our fixing in a way. Interesting. Yeah, it has to be among the milled cards, so we can't like get back a Fabled Passage from earlier or something. But yeah, I feel like we need just like another good 2 mana ish. Although we did say Zendikar's Royal. I'm fine putting one of those in because I got one. Flame Spitter's pretty aggressive. I don't know. This is hard. I mean, Pyromancer is cool, but we don't have any instants or sorceries really going off. Oh, Ral's Reinforcement's also cool, but doesn't really fit with our flavor. Any useful non-basics? Explorer should have a ton. Yeah, so because we are using stuff like Fabled Passage, because we want the landfall trigger, we're using Cabaret Courtyard because we want landfall trigger. We wanted to have basics to go and fetch. So I don't want to get too far, although I guess we have room. We still have room. Yeah. We still have room for a few more just generic like elementals. Maybe it's another druid and another ember cat, and maybe some more early removal just to kind of help stabilize there. Okay, we'll try that, and then yeah, let's see what lands we've got. So we could do Pathway, we could do Rootbound Crag. I think I like that. Stomping Grounds. Sure. All right. Feels a little tighter. Acolyte isn't great without Risen Reef. You mean Acolyte of Flame is not great? Set on not going 3 colors. I mean, the whole point is that it's Nissa and Chandra. And, like, they are red and green. That's, like, their whole thing, is that we're trying to make that work. I think there are enough decent elementals. I think we just got to get our curve right and our lands hitting correctly, and we'll be okay. But again, it was brand new. I just think it wasn't shuffled right. That's my excuse anytime. Still use brush fire because it's super good. You can use the grill pathway to help with the colors. Okay, I will put a pin in that for our next edit if we need to. Aren't you supposed to be at work right now? Aren't you? No, whatever. Okay, lands, druid, cultivate, Ashaya, big elemental. I feel like we can work with this. I don't love that we got 2 of our landfall guys so early, but we can work with that. Probably going to use courtyard to go grab a mountain. Oh my god, another hasty... Alright, well, we get to gain a life. Seems great. Oh, I still didn't change the basic art! Nissa has been blue. Has been. That's kind of the whole thing, though. Nissa and Chandra have both flirted with a lot of other opportunities, but the point is that they are together now. How much ladder did we climb? How much ladder? How much ladder did we climb? It's okay, though. We got an 0-3. It's going to brick wall our opponent here. They're certainly not going to lightning strike or strangle or kill this. I know, we didn't change the basic lands. I know. 7:27 p.m. Where in the world? Doomed. I don't appreciate that Yargle talk. Lightning strike. Didn't I say lightning strike? Didn't you all hear me say lightning strike? Alright, no ram for us. Unless we cultivate. Okay, so when he enters, put a counter on another elemental. So do we cultivate here? The only way we can cultivate is if we take more damage from Stomping Ground first. Ugh, I guess we just do another druid. And let that come in tapped. Alright. And the next turn, probably... Oh my god, stop doing that! I mean, I guess that's fine. I'd rather they waste burn on that than my life total. Repping the 1 set with our ladder number. Now listen, we were doing Sea Monster Tribal. We had to make some edits there. We got it figured out. Straight up not having a good time, fam. These red aggro decks don't give us any wiggle room. I don't want to waste like that, dude. This is brutal. And you know what? We don't really need Cultivate or Shia anymore. Maybe I should have led with that. Yeah, because I could have triumphed somebody. Alright, punished. I don't know my own lines of play yet. Alright, well, everyone, thanks for sticking around, even as I fumble my way through a couple of games here with elementals. Bad shuffler. No, I mean, I think I misplayed. I was indecisive about what I wanted to do with that turn. I should have probably, if I was going to do Reunion, I should have done it first. And now I just take 2 damage. Alright. This is fine. Because now... We go here. Buff up there. And then do I want to triumph? And just get the swift spear out of here? I think so.
There's no problem fire can't solve.
And then I can even hit their Chandra a bit. Its phase is how all casual players feel when playing standard meta right now. That's true. We're not even playing standard, but probably true. Okay, so they chump blocked to save Chandra, which is interesting. They do 1 damage to me. Can they do 4 more?
A warning shot.
Play the Bone Crusher. Fine. Swift Spear. Can't safely attack. Okay, okay. Okay. We're not in great shape. So we could make this guy bigger. Or we could, yeah, I think so. I think we just keep up mana. And we'll hold Cultivate for now in case we need landfall stuff later. Could another person from Western Europe confirm how time zones work? What? What? Alright, 1 damage to us. We're down to 3. If they're holding Lightning Strike, we're dead.
You're looking a little singed.
Come on. We were doing so well. We were stabilizing. We had a way to gain life and everything. Okay, do we need to like rethink this entire strategy, or do I just need to get good? Where's the hang up here? I feel like this deck has potential. It's Jinx. I still didn't change the basic lands. I keep forgetting to change basic lands. I'm gonna blame it on that until we win. That must be it. Must be it. Alright. So I feel like we also don't have a great plan. Which I know sounds... Let me finish. I probably should have grabbed a mountain there so I would eventually have doubles. But so like this guy. Am I putting him out on turn 2 tapped? Am I putting out the 0-3 instead? Am I holding on? So now I have too many of these guys. I guess we put one of him down, right? Since we got 2 of them. Or should I have played one as a land? I don't know. There's so many decision trees to this deck compared to like the sea creatures where we just played Kiora, played a sea creature. That was it, right? I mean, maybe the 8 fetches are too much, but maybe we're about to get a second red source and then get a really good planeswalker down. What does this even do? Whenever you cast a multicolored spell, make a treasure. We're about to play a planeswalker, guys. Okay. Welp. I think I just broke a there we go. All right. Let's just ramp. Let's just try to get our big Mama Chandra up here. Less dorks, more gas. Sure. Payoff for all the land. Well, Nissa was supposed to be the payoff for the land. And Ashaya. Ashaya gets bigger the more land you have, and Nissa gets you extra cards when you do double landfall. So that was the whole idea, was to kind of build around that. Our opponent is now holding Invasion of Alara, which I don't think we can actually deal with. And this thing... I mean, you can't counter it, so at least we get to do something.
Stay back.
And do we just stick them with an emblem? I think the sooner we get that going, the better. Yep. Sure. Opponent on 5 color answers with a clarion and a binding. I mean, it's just a matter of finding the right balance between landfall, elementals, mana. But yeah, it does not feel great when we're holding 2 fertilids and a cat. Like this, right? And our opponent has a lot. In fact, I mean, there's no way we're coming back on it, right? Like, this game's over. So I don't know, is this supposed to be like an aggressive, make a bunch of elementals and buff them up kind of thing? Is it more of a slow down until we can get 6-drop Chandra out and then just burn them? I feel like maybe that's what we should do. Maybe slow it down. Maybe we're kind of on the line between aggro and control. Let's see. Extra cards are likely to be little elementals. Maybe these ladies need to go their separate ways. Blasphemy. Okay. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, add 1 mana of any color. Then if it's the second time, reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal an elf or elemental. Put that into your hand. Seems like it would be good. Drawing cards is almost always good. I don't really want to just turn this into an elf deck, because then your Chandras don't really do anything unless we maybe abandon the elemental theme and focus more on elves, and then use the elves to cast like the 6-drop Chandra. Maybe that's what we're doing. Maybe it's that. But I mean, I still like Overgrowth Elemental. This feels like it would be good. But maybe we just need to make more tokens, like with this guy, because whenever an Elemental dies, you gain a life and put a counter on him. So, like, he wants those, where'd they go? These. He wants to see these 1/1 tokens, 2 of them a turn. He gets huge. But he costs 3 and she costs 3, so you'd have to play him first, then play her on like 4. Awkward. Bye. That may work. What? So, okay, let's try that. Let's try elves. So what do we get at? All right, we're not gonna need you. Overgrowth, bye. Fertilid, bye. Cultivate, we might hold on to. Okay. All right. We can keep a cathartic reunion for the lulz. That's fine. Chandra's Embercat helps us cast Chandra. It is still an elemental, so it can be found by Nissa. So I think that one's okay. Chandra's Triumph, if we have other versions of Chandra, this gets better and better. So I think we can hold on to that for a minute. Cultivate, if we're doing enough elves, I guess we don't really need this for now. Certainly keeping Nissa. This version of Chandra cares the most about elementals, which I don't think we're going to have a lot of. Shaya turns all of our non-token creatures into forests and then gets bigger, so that's fine. And Awakened Inferno is great. Do we have a third? I do. Okay. So here's what I'm thinking now. Like, well, do I have mystics? Okay, I can craft these. They're commons. All right, this is generic enough. Like, I could do Llanowar elves, but we're trying to keep it flavorful, and Nissa and Chandra have been on Dominaria, but they don't love it. So let's do some Elvish Mystics. Pathway Lands, change the basics. I will change the basics. Gruul ramp, cut the elemental theme. I think that's kind of what we're going to end up doing here. All right, so Mystics. Then what? What else ramps us? Or is an elf? I guess I should just do... All right, Elvish Reclaimer. Jaspera Sentinel. I guess I could just do both sets of elves. You know, there are elves on Kaladesh, and Chandra's from there, so that kind of works. A 1/2 with Death Touch. Okay. I mean, that's not terrible. It doesn't really do much for our mana problems, but... Druid of the Cowl. From Kaladesh. I'll take it. A Clan Caller. A little Elf Lord action in here. Some Visionaries. Okay, okay. What else? What else? I don't think we need energy stuff. I think the elves are going to feel more fun. Yes. Do we have rampant growths and that stuff? I mean, we do. I guess. I feel like Reclamation Sage is like always worth having like 2 of. All right. I mean, rampant growth isn't legal in this format, but you could, I mean, the closest is those cultivates. So let's put some of those back in. And then I think it kind of becomes we need more removal stuff. So like Fiery Impulse. Probably not going to have enough instants or sorceries to really get that big. Magma Spray. Vaguely Chandra-esque. Play with Fire. That's very Chandra-esque in name, not in art, maybe. And I guess we don't really have any more cheaper. Oh, you know what? What other? Here's what we'll do. Put a 4th one of those. And I feel like maybe one of these other Chandras. Dressed to Kill wants to see red cards off the top of the deck, so that's not ideal. This one's still one of my favorites. +1 exile the top of your library, you can play it. Seems fine. And if she gets up to 7, then we can, like, draw 7 cards. And whenever she is dealt damage or loses loyalty, she gets to fight back. That I really like. I'm going to splash in, like, 2 of those just to make our triumphs better. Maybe we just do the full... Snowlands and Frostbite? More Elvish Mystic. Oh my gosh, you're right. Only 1 went in. Wow, good catch. I would have been like, why are we not drawing? I need more mystics. Okay. So now I could probably cut somewhere else. Or maybe I can just cut lands at this point because now we have elves. Alright. Okay. I'm liking this. I'm liking the little elf overlap. Elves on Kaladesh. We're going to ramp up into Chandra. They're going to support each other. Instead of working with elementals together, now we're building up to one of the better planeswalkers I think that exists. Okay. I'm happy with that. We need to fix our basic lands. And then we're ready to rumble. No, not. I don't want another one. All right, what are appropriate lands? I do have like the Chandra lands. Or we could do more Zendikar. Tell you what, let's do. I like these. These are fun. And then for the forests, same thing. Although I think these are technically like Garrick was the planeswalker for M21, but they still look really cool together. Fire Artisan works well with a burn spell from Innistrad. Ignite the Night. Chandra Mountain, Chandra Forest, if that exists. I mean, I got kind of the closest. Are you thinking of Light Up the Night? Not nights. Light Up the Night. X in a red, X damage to any target. Deals X+1 instead if that target's a creature or a planeswalker, and we can flash it back. Ooh, okay. I would not mind making room for one of those. Maybe we can go down one Triumph. We'll try one of those. There we go. Good job, team. We did it. We've made a perfect undefeated deck once again. No complaints. Let's go. Okay. So my strategy this time is to win and not lose. Good strategy, right? Okay. Boy, streaming starts to get silly when you enter your like third hour. How do people do this full time? There's no script or anything. Okay, so I see a flaw when you when you draw your mystic but you don't get a forest. I mean, otherwise we got some great elves, a little bit of ramp here. We just need to find some of the rest of our cards, but I think we do courtyard. Give me a forest. Opponent also on green. Opponent on a Nissa Vivian. Rip. Alright. Good strategy. I'll try it. Let's go. Let's go. New strategy. Win more of the time. So what do we do here? Cultivate. Mystic. I guess I messed that up. I should have kept the forest because then I could have played the mystic. Heyo, that's fine. We're gonna wreck sage that for sure. I will take that action. Thank you. Okay, okay, we're doing it. We're doing it. Maybe see again. I never know when to hold on to like those lands because. Yeah, that's fine. Let's totally fine. We're doing great. We got 2 cards left in hand. There's no way our opponent has a board wipe in mono green. We have a clan caller. All of our elves are now bigger, except they have a giant thing there. But we also have a big... We have an 11-11! Okay, I'm not going to jinx it by saying we're doing better than the elemental version of this ever did, but... I think we're doing better than the elementals did. Opponent all the way down to 17. 3 lands. We have 6 lands. We have so many more lands. Whew. Okay, I like Visionary a lot here because we get to draw again. It's another land. Do I have enough to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Yeah, I think we go get another clan caller. It's a big board. Okay, okay. The new strategy is working. And it's because we changed the art on the basic lands, let's be real. New land art, hell yeah. I mean, works like a charm. Opponent Nykthosing it up though, getting some mana. Yorvo not going to be enough here. Boom. W. W for the Gruul friends. There we go. Okay, okay. Halfway. Let's run it right back. That was great. That could not have gone better. We just need our opponent to be stuck on 3 lands for every game and we'll never lose again. It's a big board for you. Love it. For anyone who recently just joined the stream, welcome. Thanks for being here. Today we are doing some flavorful deck building, mostly featuring cards from March of the Machine, The Aftermath. We've got a fun little red and green elves kind of thing happening here now with Chandra and Nissa. 100% undefeated, lossless new deck here. Got some elves, got some removal. No planeswalkers yet, no main characters, but we're okay. This worked out fine for us last time. We're playing against Punchinello. Ooh. I mean, I guess we just go elf here and then clan caller next turn. Oh. Interesting. So do I just kill this guy now? I guess I kind of have to, right? So for anyone who's not familiar with this type of deck, opponent had Draneth Magistrate, and usually you follow that up with stuff like Spellbinder, which exiles a card from our hand, and then we can cast it, but it costs more to cast. But with the Magistrate out, you can't cast it from exile. You also run into Urabrask, which makes you exile cards off the top of your deck instead of drawing them. And then you're locked out of that. So this is like a hard lock. If they get the right cards out, you don't ever get to play another card.
I'm the best fire starter there is.
So like we could exile the top right now, but I mean, I guess that's worth doing, because if it's a land... Right? We didn't play a land yet. It's a visionary. Boo!
It's you burning.
Alright, well, in hindsight, maybe we should have done that first, because I would have rather played the visionary than attack. Skyclave, exiles, whom? Fair enough.
We're done here.
Reclamation Sage doesn't really help. We don't have enough mana yet to go fetch another Clan Caller. Guess we're just going to try to keep the pressure on them. Thalia doesn't really hurt us until we find a Planeswalker. So there's our Planeswalker that we are now very far away from casting. Alright, well... Another Skyclave. And what are they going to take this time? The Lord. Interesting. I thought they would take us off of some of the mana dorks. I mean, we can't attack yet, but that's okay. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana technically. We need 7. Oh, come on. Come on. Alright, well, if we had been able to resolve this Chandra, we would have wiped their entire board with it and been in a great spot, but now we can't do that at all. And so they exiled it with Spellbinder, and until we get rid of the Magistrate, and now we will never draw another card again. So this is the lock. And even though we started off really good, yeah, good game, yep. So now, just again, for anyone who's not seen this, Urabrask says, at the beginning of your upkeep, exile the top card of your library. You may play it this turn. So since all of our cards go straight to exile, and since the Magistrate says we can't cast spells from anywhere other than our hands, all of our cards go to exile and we can't cast them. So we'll never get to play another card again. So we've lost. Yeah, I'm great at calling cards, and I still lose with that power. Amazing, amazing, amazing. All right, I would like to try this one more time, I think. And then we will maybe do a third deck and see what we can do there. But this has been fun. This is a good exercise in creative deck building, and I will post all these deck lists after we're done, where they wind up, good or bad, win or lose. Hate that immensely. I mean, it's a tough lock, and if you don't have an answer for Magistrate when it comes down, you're done. Okay. This seems all right. We'll probably start with Passage to get a second green so we can turn to Clan Caller. Opponent with the Bolus sleeves and the fancy Liliana, or fancy Liliana sleeves and the Bolus avatar. That's intimidating. But then just basic lands. All right. I miss these hangout streams. I know, it is fun. It's a nice way to spend part of your Friday. Hopefully you're not all supposed to be like studying for finals right now, or working, or... Alright, so I was going to do second Forest Clan Caller, but now I'm wondering if Visionary is just better. I think so. Keep the lands coming. There we go. Alright, so now we got some lands. Next turn, maybe we take them off the Goose? They are trying to ramp into something, and they've got a bunch of colors here. All of them but white now. Man, I'd like to keep developing the board, but do I just... So, I mean, this is like a classic Bolt the Bird situation. This can, because they have the food token, they can tap this to make a mana of any color, and then they'll have like a ton of mana. So I'm just gonna roast this bird, and I guess I can just pay 1 to do it, right? Because it's a creature. So this is gonna do 2 damage. Boy, I hope I got that right. There we go. Okay, it is 2. All right, cool. Bird down. You know what? I should have attacked first, because if they blocked with the bird, I could have done that for X is 0 and still played something else. All right, fires. What is this format? Oh my god! How old do you think your demographic is? Hey, everyone should be a student of life, okay? You can never know too much. You could, I don't know. Well, I mean, if everyone watching is my age, they should all be at work right now. And if they're not, I would assume it's because they're in school. All right. So they used Fires of Intervention to get out Nicol Bolas. We will give up a clan caller, I guess.
Witness a mote of my power.
Okay, they just have all the planeswalkers, all the stuff, all of it. Can we fight our way through all of this? Probably not. I mean, I don't know. You're on vacation and you're choosing to spend that valuable time watching the Magic Arcanum live stream on YouTube. Inspired choice. All right, opponent sitting behind 2 of the best planeswalkers ever printed. We have a small board of elves. They have a huge grip of cards, tons of mana. So what should our next deck be, gang? Because this one ain't happening. Moon Gauntlet. Planeswalkers you control have proliferate and take extra turns. And oh my god. Yep. Feels great. Feels great. Gotta bounce for work. Oh. Really appreciate what you do with the channel. Thanks. Oh, well, you're so welcome. Thank you for watching. Thanks for commenting on the videos and the streams and all of it. Hey, look, this is the first time we have drawn her in like 4 games. She was the first card we put in the deck. We spent 4 wild cards on her, and she didn't show up until just now. It's okay. Surely our opponent won't have proliferate, 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 proliferate. Okay. 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 Sack 2 creatures. Okay. 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 Well, there we go. We lose that one. Maybe playing on the ranked ladder with flavorful decks, unwise. I don't know. How about an invasion-themed deck? Okay. Okay, I feel like the Phyrexians already get a lot of spotlight, but I could be convinced. I could be convinced. Okay. So as has become tradition, in between decks and every hour or so, I'm going to take a quick stretch break, refill my cup, and I will post a poll to vote on. So let's come up with some options here for third deck today. I'm hearing Phyrexian Invasion. I saw some calls for Quint. earlier. What else do we still have on our list? We kind of just did Chandra, so I don't think Kaladesh. Oh, Eldraine. Yargle have 1G or 2? I can never remember. I think it's just 1. But now I gotta see. Can't remember. Is there a way to just see? Yeah. It is 1G. Okay, great. Okay. Posting a poll for you. Stew on that for just a moment. I'm going to step away and take a quick break. When I return, we will do yet another flavorful deck. Will it be good? That's out of my hands. I can tell you it'll be fun. We're having a great time. Appreciate you all being here. I'll be back with you real soon. Sit tight. Okay, we're back. Thanks for your patience, and thanks for being here, and thanks for being you, you know? You're great. Okay, oh my god, as I have a dramatic moment and then kick over my desk. Okay. Next deck, 50% of people say Phyrexian Invasion. Interesting. Y'all are evil at your core. A little bit for Quint, a little bit for Elrain. Don't know who that is. Should have been Eldrain. And then somebody, again, can't read good and picked Yargle. Okay. So we're doing Phyrexian Invasion, I guess. What does that mean? What does that even mean? For this one, I am going to say for sure we're doing standard, just because I think we are greatly outclassed in the bigger card pools. I mean, we can't compete with Fires of Invention and so on. So, standard. And then what? What is our invasion plan? Are we just amassing an army of Phyrexians? Is it incubate? Let's start there. Because I saw somebody mention that before. Okay. So what are the best incubate cards? We've got stuff like the Inquisitor, right? That Realm Breaker, all the battles. So Realm Breaker itself, 3 mana legendary artifact. Tap it and pay 2. Target opponent mills 3 cards. Put a land card from their graveyard onto the battlefield tapped under your control. It gains, if this land would leave the battlefield, exile it instead of putting it anywhere else. That's fine. It's never going to leave. 10. Tap it. Sack it. Search your library for any number of Praetors. Put them on the battlefield. Wow. I didn't know what Quint was until I just Googled it. That's on me. I should have explained better. I think we talked about him earlier, but now you know. And anyone who's still curious, Quintorius is the Elephant Loxodon student of Strixhaven, whose spark ignited in the March of the Machine story. And he's got a cool new card out that we could build around. Flavorful. But that's when I say Quintorius, that's the dude. Oh, we can't see the game. I'm sorry. Yes, I still have the full screen. There we go. There it is. I was just looking at Realm Breaker. Thank you. Thank you for calling that out, though. At least I did not forget to unmute my mic this time. The one that makes 4/4 artifact creature token copy of an for commander. When? I have Jataxius. Okay, so well, first of all, we're looking at Realm Breaker. I like that it ramps you, steals you lands, but you got to pay 3 to create the thing, and then 2 more. And then if you mill, and then they don't have a land, you did nothing. And then 10 to put all your Praetors out. I mean, that seems like an against the odds kind of a thing. I'm going to leave that to someone who is better equipped for that. Who's invading who? How about the Zalfir side showing up? So for that, we would need the invasion of Phyrexia itself, which is going to also, oh my god, flip into Teferi, right? All right. Invasion of New Phyrexia. When it enters the battlefield, create some knights. Cool. We could do a little knight tribal sort of a thing here. And then we have a decent enough Teferi on the backside. All right. Basically soft locks the game, but needs a finish. Oh, for commander. Oh, I see. Trying to catch up on chat here. All right. The one that makes a 4/4 artifact creature token copy. So that's invasion of Amonkhet, which is cool, but I don't know if there's enough other cards in standard to make like a true Amonkhet kind of inspired deck. That's more of like just a self-mill kind of a thing. So Invasion of New Phyrexia is certainly an option with some knights and some supporting hero type people. That could be good. Back to looking at incubate stuff real quick. So there's Sculpted Perfection. I kind of like a good build around enchantment. 4 mana, incubate 2, and then just all your Phyrexians get +1/+1. That feels like kind of neat. There's plenty of other good Phyrexian cards in white and black. We can use like Rager, which is one of my favorites. So maybe it's that. We also have the Elvish Vat Keeper, 3 mana 3/3, who incubates for 2. And he just gets to straight up force something to transform and double its counters. I mean, that's kind of all right. I kind of like Sculpted Perfection. I think we can sculpt a perfect Phyrexian deck with this card. I think that's what it's going to be. Hello from Argentina. I know it's off topic. Can you somebody do a video about Click? He has a cool lore. Someday, if I ever figure out how to pronounce his name correctly, maybe. I struggle with going back and looking at older characters or ones that aren't appearing in the main story at the moment. I've tried doing videos like that in the past, and they traditionally don't get as many views or as much engagement, partly because if you're a new or returning player, you're not going to know who that is, and when that person or character shows up in your timeline, people tend to skip over it. People are also not like actively opening cards with those names, so they're not searching like, I just got this guy in a booster pack, who is whatever, and they type it in. You don't have that traffic really happening, and search is a major driver. That's why my videos are titled like what happens in set name, because people sit down and type that out every day. But doing older stuff, I mean, I tried that recently with Innistrad. When we went back there for Midnight Hunt Crimson Vow, I did the previous Innistrad sets or blocks, whatever you want to call it. And for the amount of work that goes into researching, writing, recording, editing, animating, all of that, which I do myself, plus Nicole, that's not just all me. I mean, that's a lot of work. And those didn't get the views that a regular episode would have gotten for the same amount of work. So that's a little discouraging. But I am also open to trying out stuff like shorts, or when I did the Weatherlight video and it was all animated instead of me talking in front of the green screen, different ways to share the story and make them compelling, even if you're not actively searching out these characters. I want to make them something that you can't help but watch. So with that in mind, I can certainly look at doing some of the older characters like that. Thanks for bringing it up. Hello to everyone in Argentina. Old lore's more mystical, but not very known and popular. Yeah, exactly. And so much of it isn't even like really relevant to what's happening anymore. And with our focus on like the Gatewatch lately and the Phyrexians, invading the multiverse, and you're like, but a long time ago there was this other guy who did stuff, and you're like, well, but it doesn't matter. Like, I'm not seeing that here. So it's fun to know about, but doesn't really necessarily add to your enjoyment in the moment. So I'm more about what's happening today. What do I need to know? So when I walk into F&M and people are saying, did you hear what happened to Quint? You don't have to Google it. You should know, because I told you. That's what we're trying to do. All right, I think Sculpted Perfection is going to be our build around. I like this. All of our Phyrexians get +1/+1, and we got a little incubate thing happening here. So now we can look at white and black incubation cards. I guess we can sculpt all these. craft all of our Sculpted Perfections. All right. Inquisitor. When it enters incubate 2, when a permanent you control transforms into a Phyrexian, put a counter on it. Seems all right. Could start with a pair of those. Sunder the Gateway. Destroy target non-token artifact or enchantment an opponent controls. Incubate 2, or incubate 2, then can transform an incubate token. I mean, this just basically makes a 2/2 Phyrexian at worst, and at best, or I mean, in other cases, it still also destroys something. So that seems like pretty flexible. Phyrexian Awakening, incubate 4, and your Phyrexians have vigilance. So maybe we're just gonna like build up a perfect Phyrexian creature. Also, I guess I should review for anyone who's not familiar with the incubate mechanic. Basically, when a card tells you to incubate and then a number, you create one of these incubator tokens, and it'll have that number of +1/+1 counters on it, but it's not a creature yet. You have to pay 2 mana of any color at any time, and then the token transforms into a 0/0 Phyrexian, but it retains however many 1/1 counters were on it, because it doesn't like exile and come back or anything. It just flips over. So that's what we're trying to do. We're going to be making a bunch of these little incubator tokens and then flipping them and then attacking with them and then winning with them. That's the plan. So let's try, like, I don't know. We could try 2 of those. Elish Norn. I mean, she's just generically good. She does incubate stuff. I think we can have 1 of her because I only own 1 right now, but whatever. Tiller of Flesh. Whenever you cast a spell that targets 1 or more permanents, incubate 2. I don't think he's great, but maybe. Essence of Orthodoxy. 5 mana for a 3/3 flyer. When it or another Phyrexian enters the battlefield under your control, incubate 2. I mean, that's kind of okay. This guy's just really expensive for a 4/3. No. Sunfall. Exile all creatures. Incubate X, where X is the number of creatures exiled this way. I mean, that's like clutch board wipe. Progenitor Exarch. XX white. So this guy, you could always just play him as a 1 mana 1/2 and then tap him to transform incubator tokens later. That seems like what we want to do. Does Moon Mist transform incubators? Great question. I would have to go look. I don't... Moon Mist isn't in standard, so it won't show up when I search it here. I don't know. I'll look into that for you. I don't think it does. Phyrexian Sensor would work. Yeah, right now I'm just grabbing incubate people, and then we'll go back and fill in the rest of the gaps, because we're not going to have a full curve just with these. Gift of Completion. Incubate 3 on arrival, and when a Phyrexian you control dies, surveil 1. That's... Don't love it. Traumatic Revelation. Hey, look, it's our previous friends. Opponent reveals their hand, choose a creature or battle from it, discard it, or incubate 3. I mean, we could try 1 of those. Bloated Processor, 3 for a 3/2. Sack another Phyrexian, put a counter on it. When it dies, incubate X, where X is its power. Don't love it. Huntmaster, 3 for a 2/3. Sack another creature or artifact, incubate. We're not really doing like a self-sack thing here. Injector Croc, 6 for a 5/5 with swamp cycling. Nah. And Merciless Repurposing, exile target creature, incubate. That's very expensive removal. I think we can do better. Okay, so we have a little incubate theme kind of happening here. There's no colorless cards that do it, right? Okay. Only one I would consider maybe still adding is like this flyer, but I think there's enough other just good Phyrexians that'll kind of work along with it. Progenitor Exarch. Should we grab a few more of this guy? Maybe this guy is like worth having. Oh, I also missed Ichor Drinker. 1 for a 1/1 lifelink. Exile it from your graveyard to incubate 2. I mean, that might... I don't know. I don't love the 1-drops. We'll think about that one. Okay. So now we just get to grab whatever great Phyrexians we want. You gotta have a Skrelv. What was the other? Oh, Sensor. Where's that one at? 3 for a 3/3. Oh, yes, absolutely. We'll take... So the Sensor says each player can't cast more than 1 non-Phyrexian spell each turn, and non-Phyrexians enter tapped. That's great. That's going to punish our opponents quite a bit. All right. So then it kind of becomes, do we do like a toxic thing here? Do we want like the mites? Not really. It seems like our plan is more just make good creatures and attack with them. I mean, like oil. It's like Benelish Sleeper is like, okay. Who was I thinking of? So, but like this person, Ellis Ilkor, whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, gain a life. So the problem is that those tokens don't enter the battlefield Right. Well, I mean, they enter the battlefield as tokens, and then they flip and become creatures, but you never get a creature entering the battlefield. So she will not ever really trigger. I mean, there's other creatures in here, but and this one cares about poison. And who's this person? 4 for a 3/4 battle cry. Create mites. Yeah. Glissa Elishnorn is busted only if you plan to proliferate. Vindicator. Do I have a Vindicator? I do. I have a pair of Vindicators. All right, we could try those. I like those better than Obliterator. Everyone's doing Obliterator fight. We'll do Vindicator, whatever. All right. Okay. So what else? Maybe I can just filter by sets since we're just doing standard. So Aftermath, March, all will be 1. What does that get us? Basilica Skull Bomb. Not great. I feel like we just need more like dudes. Ooh, ossification. That's premium removal. Sure. Okay, this guy just cares about artifacts entering the battlefield, so he works with incubator tokens. I feel like, you know what, I just set the filter to I guess we need to go back a bit more because there are other phyrexians here. I want, where's my favorite? Where is my, ooh, Etched Familiar is kind of cool. Maybe we'll take that. Yeah, Rager. Yeah. Okay. Love those guys. We have the Defilers. I mean, they're okay. Could drop in Shieldred. Or Shieldred. Flesh Gorger. I mean, that dude's sick. Let's take that. All right, I think we need like more removal, maybe. Ooh, Missionary. Gotta have missionaries. Grafted Butcher, Vindicator. All right, so we got some card draw. We got some removal with Sunfall and Ossification. I think I'll just make another one of those. And then we got room for 2 more cards. What are 2 good cards? 2, 3, maybe something like the 2 or 3 mana range. You know what? Maybe Benelish Sleeper, kicking it might help us if there's, I don't know. Does Standard have any like hexproof stuff right now that we need a way to get around? Do we just want Arena or the Familiar? Maybe this guy's not that good. He's not that good. Help me out here, fam. We're coming up 2 cards. Maybe Ellis isn't terrible here. Elishnorn and Shieldred. Okay, we already have one Elishnorn. Do we want to go 2 and 2? Let's do that. Oops. No. One more of those. Craft one. Okay. Not that many 1-drop. I mean, we've got Skrelv. He's cool. And then, yeah, we don't really have ones. I mean, Sleeper Agent is like a thing, but I think this is a pretty good invasion force. We don't want to have too many little dudes. Okay, so now it's just a question of lands. Do we put in like the spheres? I guess we can do, I don't need to craft them. I guess we could do one of each, and then wow. Is that really it for like white black? All right, I guess we'll just run a bunch of basics. Because I don't have any good duels here. Do I have a... Oh, because I got it. I got it. Okay. All right, so we could do like Shattered Sanctum. How do you have 35 mythics? I don't know. I just haven't been crafting a lot of decks lately. I just kind of was banking them up for a little while, and yeah, I don't know. I tend to use what I have before I think of crafting. I'm always like, I could craft this, but I don't really want to. And then before you know it, you got a bunch. I've also got some draft tokens, and you know, I don't know. I play every day. I'm always on here, but I don't spend cards. Don't know what to tell you. Okay, we'll get good basics. How did we get up to 61 cards now? Where did we go over? What happened? I thought we were at... Oh, because I added 2 Shieldred and another Elishnorn. Alright, what's a good Phyrexian sleeve while we're in here? Oh, braids! Oh, man, she's great. There we go. And... I don't think there... Oh, I do have some Phyrexian persons here. Yeah, I like Shieldred better. Okay. So we probably should cut at least one more thing out of here. Maybe we don't need 4 Ragers. Okay, cool. Basics. What do we like for basics? I don't think I really have anything unique to New Phyrexia. So I'll tell you what. Here's what we're gonna do. Where's my... I mean, I guess there's like these ones, but I don't love them. And I wish this was organized just a bit better. Because there is a certain one that I want, but how do I find it? Come on. They're not like in age order. Okay, here we go. So Mirage was one of the newest sets when I started playing, and I know Phyrexians don't really appear in Mirage, but it kind of has like this, you know what, actually, why don't I just keep it the Urza stuff? Because like Urza was the first to fight the Phyrexians. That's fine. We're going to keep that the way it is. All right. I think this deck is good. How do I get out of the land thing? Get me back to the deck view. Oh, we need to name it. Okay. And let's take a look here. So we've got some token makers, we've got some card draw, we've got some removal, we've got some legends, we've got a little bit of everything. Throw a cycle tower in the lake. I mean, oh, Rafine's tower. Rafine's not a Phyrexian, you know, I don't know. I think the tap lands are fine. Those will be our turn 1 play, and then we're off to the races. That's it. That's it. We're good. Oh, I see Nicole has joined the chat. You ever make a Yawgmoth deck? I have not. I've never done that. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, no. That's the wrong button. No, it's the right button. Ranked. Standard. Come on. Standard ranked with our invasion plan. Can you even make a Yawgmoth deck? I should have read that more carefully. I mean, you could. I've seen people do it. I don't know how good mine would be, but you could. Whew, okay. Look at that avatar. Oh my gosh, I've never used this one. It is huge. We're up against Kaito, Jacko Blue. We got a turn 1 Skrelv, turn 2 Justicar, Shieldred waiting in the wings. I feel like that's like the easiest way to make any deck in Standard good right now, is still just put her in it, right? Delver, there's one we don't see very often. Alright, turn 1 Skrelv. He's just a little guy. Little mite. And of course, opponent flips their Delver immediately. I don't know if it's me or you guys where this luck is coming from, but we cannot catch a break. Hey, all right. I don't think we attack here. That's my trick. Whenever I'm playing Arena, I always keep some cards on hand to like shuffle and just flick in my hand as if I'm playing paper. Just very gratifying, but it's probably annoying on a microphone, so I'm gonna stop. Opponent considers, and do they flip? Dodged it. Dodged a bullet there, gang. That would have been terrible. Okay. Wow. I will use Skrelv to give this guy protection from blue and gain back the life that I just lost and kill your thing for free. Wait, why did I not? Wait. What just happened there? Did I not give him protection? Oh, it's only hexproof from that color. I thought it was protection from blue. Oh, rip. Okay. Okay. Read the cards. Been streaming for like 3,000 hours at this point, and I forgot how this game works. Okay. It's fine, because once we resolve Shieldred, we're fine. Right? They're not going to have more than one essence scatter. Ooh, okay. They have a negate. You know what? I'm just going to try to... make sure the path is clear before we drop anything else. Okay. And now we at least have a lifelinker, and if they end up flipping that... it's actually fine. Are they going to attack with both? Oh my god, they have a terror. Outstanding. Alright. Kind of wanted a 5th land, so we could have maybe gotten 2 cards out. As it stands, I think our best option is... Shieldred. And then attack with the missionary. And this, even if they block it and it dies, that's fine. The lifelink gets us out of one-shot kill range from these flying delvers. And if they want to consider and draw cards while we have Shieldred out, I am okay with that. Boom, 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 boom. And Shieldred also holds back their terror quite nicely. At least I thought it did. Welp. Yeah, I don't think we have any way to stop those guys. Even if we do another Shieldred, we're not going to gain life in time. Guess what? We lost again. Perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. I don't think we've made a deck that won on its first game yet. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you got it, friend. All right. Okay. Okay. Nicole's bad habit is clicking on the board. All right, we remember when we started this whole exercise and I said we're going to get up the ladder, and we are not doing that. I mean, I'm not blaming anyone but me, but I would like to turn this around now. Oh yeah. Okay. At least we're making progress on our daily objective. We're going to get 750 gold out of this eventually. Okay. We have a turn 1 Exarch, Justicar, Awakening. Oh man, look, this is like good. One more land would be great, but this is still good. Like this dude getting Vigilance, and then you have like a lifelink Vigilant. Like, come on, how could we lose? Our deck is cooler. I mean, it is. It's ice cold, baby. And our opponent has football sleeves, so you know. Clearly, flavor not a big priority for them, unless it's a goblin deck. But even then, goblins don't usually play football. They do rope. There we go. All right, turn 1, Brothers War Swamp. I'm just gonna run this guy out now. Yeah, we're not gonna. All right. So the Exarch, you can pay X twice, and then you create incubate tokens, but we're not going to do that. We just want to get a body down so we can curve out. And then when we drop this on turn 3, we can then immediately flip it into a 4/4 Vigilant whatever for free. So it's a very capable opening hand, I believe. All right, well, our opponent has like walked away. They played a swamp and then pieced out, so goblins don't usually play football. Goblins are football. That's the flavor text on, oh man, is it Mog Fanatic from way back in the day? Or is it just catch? Or I got it, and he's like jumping off the cliff, diving to catch it, I think. I'd have to look that one up now. I think it's Mog Fanatic. We're going to win this one because our opponent's going to default on time. But a win is a win. We still count those. Oh, they get cut down. Guys, why didn't we put that in our deck? Why didn't anyone suggest cut down for our deck? Kind of disappointed. Would have been a good flavor fit. All right, we're up against a black, green, something. Alright, so that sees that one come in. It's an artifact, so it gets bigger. We get to gain a good chunk of life. Atog and Shock. Flavor interaction. What the heck is this? Catapult Fodder, a 1/5 zombie. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you control 3 or more creatures that each have toughness greater than their power, transform it into a 2/6 that can sacrifice stuff and do stuff. All right, well, we didn't find a swamp. But this will make a, artifact token. So these guys both now have 2 toughness and can attack willy-nilly into your 1/5. And even if you block one, we're gaining 6 life. Maybe we should have just built around this guy. Maybe we need more of these creepy, weird... Ooh. Blah, blah. We're not, we don't need the big picture up. We don't need that, Rye. We got it. All right, opponent has gone back into the think tank. Good. Yes, you don't have to take 6 damage. You can just take 3. Huh. Our opponent has a Shieldred of their own. Okay. I I mean, I guess we're drawing here. Oy, that's fine. So do we Sunfall here to get rid of their Shieldred? I think we do, but I think first we're gonna attack and gain some life. Maybe that wasn't right because we would have gotten a bigger creature off of Sunfall. Yeah. I think I'd rather have 6 extra life, well, 4 extra life. But now they have a Lily who, oof.
Drop it.
Interesting. So do we discard Shieldred because we can't cast her yet? Or do we discard the Rager who might draw us the land we can't play? I guess we get rid of the card we can't for sure play. That's terrible. And we wouldn't have been able to. Okay, so that worked out fine. Well. We do get rid of Liliana. And we have a... Oh, I forget these guys have Vigilance! Hey! Okay, cool. Cool. Very cool. Opponent with 3 cards. Studying the board. They murder our token. Now we're going to flood out. And these lands are doing all right, I guess, if we can sack them to draw something else. Ooh. Very cool. So now next turn, our dudes get bigger. And they'll have Vigilance and be bigger. And our opponent is so scared by this potential that they are going to sit there and think about their plan for the next 82 minutes. How do they have 2 timeouts banked up when they've already roped like twice? Oh, ooh. All right. So do we? What do we do here? Sculpted Perfection or the Vindicator? I think we just do Perfection. And I could transform that, but I won't be able to attack because it has Summoning Sickness. So we'll just wait in case they have a removal or board wipe of something. All right, opponent down to 5. They have a wall of zombies that could block. They're just doing like the whole toughness match. See, this is why I enjoy playing Standard, because you get fun decks like this that we weren't seeing in Explore. Okay, we have drawn Elishnorn. What does she even do? When a source an opponent controls deals damage to you or a permanent you control, that source's controller loses 2 life unless they pay 1. They've only got 1. Okay, this might have just won it for us. And I could pay 3 and sacrifice 3 other creatures, and then she does more incubating stuff. So they could block 2 of these, but they won't do damage to them unless they... Oh, no. Okay. Whenever a source an opponent controls deals damage to you, no, or a permanent you control, yep, that source's controller loses 2 life unless they pay 1. So if they blocked both of them, they'll have to pay 2, and they can't. And if they don't block the 3rd one, which they can't, then they're taking at least 3 plus another 2 even after blocking. So I think this is a win. Yep. Triggers on the stack. Resolve, please. And we're gonna sit here and wait for the rope to run out now. Classic Elish Norn. Yeah, I like how she showed up after I discarded Shieldred as well, and is like, oh, the Pretender's gone. I guess I'll just swoop in here, and that was cool. I liked how our enchantments made our Phyrexians better. I liked how our incubate tokens mattered. That was what I wanted this deck to do. So there's one. Let's go again. Look at, we've won 4 times today. We've been playing for 3 hours. But you know what? I'm having a great time. Probably gonna be wrapping up soon-ish. We're coming up on 4 hours of streaming. My kid will be home from school. I got some other stuff I want to take care of before the weekend, but this has been great, and all of our decks have been loads of fun, even if they're not performing super well. Well, I mean the first 2 were, but this is doing fine. No complaints. No complaints. Ooh, look, even a chatty hello, opponent. Kikos? They got fairy sleeves. We got Elish. No, ooh, I didn't know this one moves. That's dope. Okay. Rager, please. So opponent is on Esper or blue, black, white. This is very interesting. Where are we going from here? 4 mana pass. Well, I could try to resolve something, but I suspect it won't happen. So I guess we just go with what we got here. This could be wandering. Oh, right as I realized what double white means. Could be Wandering Emperor. Really? Alright, so now do we ossify the Emperor? I guess so. I guess this is our best chance to get rid of her, right?
Back to wandering.
I mean, it seems like a waste of a turn, or a waste of mana. We could have done something better, but... And we probably should have saved our thing for this guy.
I'm finished running from battles I might not win. Nobody knows the past better than me.
A lot of lands here. Put some pressure on their Teferi. Alright, so the fact that they chump block makes me think that there's a board wipe of some sort about to hit. There it is! And they even get their Emperor back. Outstanding.
I'm home. Keep watch for intruders.
Well, this deck was pretty good and fun and good. Oh my god.
Surrender now, and we all leave with our lives. We can win this together.
Okay, so opponent has the double Emperor Teferi trifecta, and we are drawing lands. Gotta say, fam, I do not think we can fight our way through 5 cards in hand. Especially if they're proliferating on all 3 planeswalkers. So we're just gonna bow out. We're holding our 2 lands here. Don't even let them see that embarrassing situation. Super friends with proliferate. You called it. You called it. Right. Yeah, I was doing her a favor. You know, we parked her where she'd be nice and safe on a plains, and she wouldn't abide. All right, what's that make phyrexians now? 1 and 2? 1 and 2. Let's see if we can get one more game in here. See if we can end on a 2-2 split. Bow, bow, bow. Cool Tasha avatar from Death Click. All right, double Shieldreds and a Flesh Gorger. This feels good. And we could even sunder the gateway on 2 to make it incubate token. That just transforms immediately. But like, that's probably fine, right? Keeps us on curve. Okay. Get in there for 2. Opponent had to think about that suspiciously long, but okay. We'll drop a 3/3 with Menace and Lifelink. Okay, so Cathar Commando with Flash, and they can pay 1 and sack it to destroy an artifact or enchantment. Lines up beautifully against our artifact and enchantment deck. So they're going to use it to take out our Flesh Gorger. Okay. Well, I guess we just drop a Praetor on them. Not going to attack with our 2/2 into their 3/3 Melira. Okay. So let's see. 4 lands, again, double white. I'm not attacking into an Emperor a second time. Ha ha! Ha ha! Big brain, very smart.
Now you've done it.
Alright, so we did not give them a free exile of Shieldred. We're just going to continue to drain away every time they draw a card. Make them work for it. But now I can... Ooh, ooh.
I have got new moves to teach you.
Wow. Sure, you got a 5/5 first strike. No block. Missionary's great. We can use that to get back our Gorger. And I'm okay attacking here with Shieldred because if they want to like double block it, I'm just gonna play the other copy. And Death Touch means that we kill both of these anyway. Unless they want to give up their 5/5 Melira. Wow. Okay, so they sacrificed Melira so that when the adversary dies, it comes back, but they don't have the mana to put any counters on it. And I don't want to play this missionary yet because I'm going to save her so I can get back either Flesh Gorger or another Shieldred if I need to.
We must protect the people.
So we're gonna have enough lands to play a 7/5 Flesh Gorger next turn. Extraction Specialist. Oh my god. Sure, you got your Commando back, which you could sack to blow up an artifact. So now I'm not gonna play my Gorger. Although with its ward, maybe I will play it, because if they cash that in, that would be quite a lot. Or I could just do Sculpted Perfection, make our whole team bigger. I think I'm going to do that first, because then the ward on the Flesh Gorger gets even bigger. And is it worth attacking here? Nah. No, I think I could just wait and try to drain them out with Shieldred. If you're gonna drop a Praetor on someone, Shieldred's got the greatest mass. Well, that's a good question, because Shieldred is just like the body, and she attaches herself to
Remember your training.
like a, I don't know, what is this? A dreadnought, but like she herself is pretty small. I feel like Vorinclex would be probably the heaviest and biggest, not accounting for like add-ons. But all right, you have a 4/2 first strike. You gonna attack with it? You're not. All right, I will use the end step to flip up one of these. Could incubate a bunch, or just stick with the plan of this guy. Cool. No attack, so now they're gonna draw a card. Oh man, are they thinking about using the Cathar? Okay. So that's gonna put them down to 7 life, and now they can't afford to break the ward on the Flesh Gorger. So that seems good. Jin is the tallest from the loading screen art. I would say Jin's probably the tallest. Oh my god, they used our own card against us. What the heck? That was rude. That was hugely rude. Alright, well, we'll just make our own little incubate army again. Vorinclex probably naturally bigger. Urbrask would be hot in addition to heavy, yes. Jin would be sharp. Ella should be sharp, but fairly light.
Be swift.
But you know what? They would all smell terrible, and they would all be gross, and I wouldn't want to be around any of them, so...
Stand with us.
Man, we went from like having this game to, again, not having anything, thanks to an abundance of planeswalkers and a board wipe and a 13/13 incubate token, which they're not going to use. Oh my god, and we're just hitting lands. Okay, well... Okay, so we can use the Exarch to flip one of these for free, and then the rest we can flip, and they get bigger thanks to the Inquisitor.
Forget the mission.
You never get the oil out of the carpet. Yeah. Yeah, the Phyrexians are pretty serious, and that's why it's a good thing we had the card Render Inert to take care of all of them. That's what we should have done. We should have made a Render Inert deck. Alright, can I just make an army wide enough to get around all of this? Let's see. Okay, opponent has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 creatures. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 creatures. And ours are pretty much bigger than theirs, except for one. So I think we just swing here. They can block all of them and take 4. Oh, please double block my 5. You didn't have to do that, opponent. You would have lived another turn if you had just... Okay. Well, that's a win. I am happy to end on a win. It has been a long stream by my standards, because I never do this, and it's been 4 hours. I had intended to only do this like 2 or 3. Stretch goal was 4. I think we made it, but I'm now starving. I'm going to go get lunch. Let's just review our decks real quick. Oh, let's see what we got here. An Illuminator Virtuoso. How exciting. I hit the wrong thing. Decks. Okay. So for anyone who joined in the last half, can I last played? There we go. All right. On today's stream, this is now glitching like mad. On today's stream, we tried to make some fun, flavorful decks. Some were better performing than others. The first one we tried was based around a historic deck based around the new Kiora card from Aftermath. So she wants lots of krakens, leviathans, octopuses, and serpents, and we gave her as many as we could fit in to our historic deck. So we've got stuff like Reservoir Kraken, and that works well with Whelming Wave, which returns everything but those sea creatures to hand. We've got the Slumbering Isle. We also had Invasion of Zendikar because Kiora is home on Zendikar. So this felt like a flavorful kind of way to tie it together and give us some ramp that we desperately needed so we could reach the heavy hitters like Besting the Sea God or Hullbreaker Horror and whatnot. I like the theme of this deck. I think it is hard to make this one work in a truly competitive setting. Kiora strikes me as more of a commander type card to build around, where you have a huge card pool and maybe the pressure isn't on you so early in the game and you have time to develop your lands and then start dropping your haymakers and so on. So maybe this gets retooled into like a brawl or something, commander deck, something like that. But that was our first attempt at a fun, flavorful deck. I think that one went like 1 in 5 or 1 in 3. I don't know. From there, we pivoted over to Nissa and Chandra, the Gruul friends. We tried 2 versions of this, really, and I didn't save the other one, but we started with a bunch of red and green elementals, and then we switched over to more of an elf build, kind of ramping us up into the 6-drop Chandra Awakened Inferno. But the, again, build-around card here was mostly the new Nissa from Aftermath, where she's a 3/3 for 3, and whenever a land enters the battlefield, you get some extra mana out of it. And if there's a second land coming in, you get to reveal cards from the top of your deck until you find an elemental or an elf. So that's why we kind of try to strike a balance between elves and elementals, so we're hitting stuff. And then some lands that would come into play and trigger landfall and then could be sacrificed to go get another land to double up those landfall triggers. That was the idea. Again, I think there is something here, but we didn't really get a chance to dial it in to where it was really performing all that great. But I like the idea of having Nissa and Chandra together. I like how they overlap on elementals. I like how ramping and getting extra mana to feed into a bigger Chandra. There's some neat ideas here to keep exploring and iterating on. We just couldn't get them to come together here today. And then the last one that we tried was a black and white Phyrexian invasion kind of inspired deck built around Sculpted Perfection, making some incubate tokens and acting as an anthem for our Phyrexians, of which we had little guys like Skrelv and the Progenitor, all the way up to the big Flesh Gorger and Elish Norn, and of course, standard staple Shieldred. This one probably performed the best out of the three right out of the box, and with a little more tweaking, you know, getting some ratios right here, this one probably could do better in standard. Especially, you know, we kind of put some 2s of and 3s of in here just to kind of get a sense of how these cards could work together, but going up to 4 missionaries probably, and 4 of these Justicars, and then just kind of sitting on your lifelink and using that to protect you while you draw cards with Ragers, and you know, sit behind a Vindicator or 2. I think you could make kind of either a defensive kind of a deck here that just drains your opponent with Shieldred triggers, death by 1,000 cuts kind of a thing. That's where I would take it. But those are our 3 decks. I'll try to remember to export these and put the deck lists out somewhere at some point. And somebody wants to see what my collection percentage. How do I see that? Is it up here in profile? Set collection. All right, what do I have? Okay. I mean, oldest to newest. So I was right before. Ixalan is the oldest set on here at 50%. Dominaria, 94. Core set, 78. Ixalan, 40. Guilds, almost 100, right? Some of these are pretty close. Amonkhet Remastered, I've never really done. Almost got all of Zen Rising. As far as more recent stuff, I mean, Aftermath just dropped. March of the Machine, 87. So I don't have anything that's at 100%. But there's a couple. I mean, Neon Dynasty at 99. Right. You know. And then, yeah, wild cards, we're sitting at almost 200 common, 150 uncommon, 40 and 30 for rares and mythics. And we got some draft stuff. So I'm happy to use all that for streaming. I mean, this was a lot of fun. I probably should have planned it a little better, had a little snack in the middle or something, because I skipped lunch. But for 4 straight hours, it was my treat to hang out with all of you. Thanks for being here. Nicole and I really appreciate your support and spending some time with us on this beautiful Friday, which I'm going to go outside now and enjoy, because I've been cooped up in this office all week and all day today. But as always, we really appreciate you being here. So make sure you like the video, subscribe to the channel. You don't want to miss the great stories you'll only find here on Magic Arcanum. We'll see ya.